Welcome everybody to, to the second part of the guide run here, so without any ado whatsoever, let's go ahead and get this thing going. So let me see if I can figure out exactly where we were last time, because I think we were... Let's see, we had just finished up with a mine, I believe. So, let's see, we got the southern reaches, we got this place, we did this part. I do believe the dude guy got killed, and I'm fairly certain we're over here now, because we just got the dramatic everybody hates the local governing bodies kind of situation. So we should be able to... Oh, crap. Well, how do I undo resize? Hang on, just a moment. For some reason, Streamlabs here is being very, very dumb. In which, like, I keep trying to resize Streamlabs, and it's like, oh, you want to resize literally everything else on your computer? You can do! It's a little bit obnoxious, to be honest. I kid you not, resized 6 different windows before, well, hell, I still haven't actually been able to resize not Twitch, but, Streamlabs. There we go. Okay, it let me finally grab one of the corners. Are we good? Can I put chat over here now? Yes, maybe? Okay, that should hopefully do it. Because, yeah, basically I can't see chat until this thing's up. For some reason, it doesn't have the option to just do chat. Alright, so, what's it say here? Well, for one thing, it most certainly says that it is very, very tiny and hard to read. I probably should make that bigger, huh? How do I even make it any bigger, though? Because it's already taken up the entire screen. Dang it. I think we're gonna have to just zoom in a little bit and just do it half page at a time or something. Alright, so we know it's already doing one thing at a time. Or one page at a time. Let's see, marquee zoom. There we go. We'll just do it a little bit like that, I think. How does that end up looking on the overlay here? You know what? Not terrible. Not terrible. It's at least excusable. We'll go with it that way. Unfortunately, yeah, it's such a large thing that it's kind of hard to stick on a corner of the screen with any degree of, well, even remote visibility. So we're just gonna make this work. So okay. So, Chapter 1, Introduction. Thanks to the Southern Division's actions, the plot to assassinate Prince Humulus failed. The mastermind has been executed, but rumors spread that the true person behind the plot had escaped, and that another person was executed in his place. I still think that should have been Gilbert. Stabilio is executed in place of Quad, and no wonder the rumors spread. It's almost like a bunch of people saw that happen. I mean, I don't know how you'd be able... Oh, well, I guess he's a Berserker, the other guy's a Beastmaster, huh? Yeah, that figures. So, the rebellion was expected to stop once the revolt had been suppressed. However, this is not what happened. All over Platinus, people met in secret, planning their uprising against the nobility. When most of the rebels came from the poorest people, all classes harbor resentment against the crown and the nobles. Oh, while most, not when. Sorry. The people of Platinus meet in secret to plan the revolution, apparently bringing, like, baking pans. Like, I think that's supposed to be like a cake pan on a stick. I don't know what that lady's up to. Alright. Meanwhile, you've been recalled to Akka Castle to meet with General Godeslas. Godeslas tells you that the rebel activities have been more aggressive. The real problem is that they appear to be coordinated across the country. To fight this, he has organized the Southern Division specifically to stop the rebels. To help, he's promoted you to captain and gives you a battalion and a tactician. Finally, tells you... Wait, what? But that's... We already were that. Is he a chapter behind? I don't know, but actually, before I forget, I forget if the guide explained to go update anyone's equipment. I kind of feel like we should be equipping some of these items that we've been finding. I mean, I'll double check, sure, but it feels like a thing we should be doing. Actually, well, I guess we can't do it until it tells us, huh? Alright, so, meanwhile, I've been called... So we got promoted. Finally, he tells you that the rebels in Fort Tuatha must be subdued, and that you should report to Krenel Canyon. I can't read what that says, but it says you receive a promotion and get a new assignment. Also, got Leia showing up in her endgame outfit all of a sudden, with the trident. Alright, Crennel Canyon appears on your map. Head there now to receive your battalion and new orders. Upon your arrival, you gain a new battle group headed by Leia Silvis. She's a capable commander and will prove very... Wait a minute. I swear we've done this already. Alright, first order of business is to give your battalion a name. While Blue Knights is the default, you can change it to anything you wish. I think we were going with Order of Prima, right? Alright, I'm going to leave this until it specifically tells me to go update people's gear. Alright. So we head to Crennel Canyon. I mean, it could just be that I've done a couple runs of this recently that I'm thinking that this is, kind of just happening a second time. Could be. Maybe isn't. In all honesty, it's pretty unclear. Oh yeah, I guess we only do get Silvis now. And actually, no wait, that isn't her in-game outfit at all. She just only has a trident now. Alright, so heard there's a guy named Guide here. Nah, it can't be you. But we've all got the plot braid. We're good. Alright. Plot braid is the new hotness. Troops now have been assigned to your battalion, effective immediately. Okay. Alright, so. Your new tactician turns out to be your old one, Hugo Miller. It's Master Miller. And suddenly Leia's disappointed. And everyone puts Dio in his place. Alright. Delete. It feels like they should leave the music on for this one. It's kind of odd. Hang on, why is that? There we go. Order of Prima. There we go. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, we already made a mistake on this. Hugo says they have to stick with Blue Knights, because it says Blue Knights, not bad at all. Well, you know what? Screw it. It's fine, we'll overlook this one. Just house rule that one out of existence. I mean, it does say you can go with anything, so fine. Alright, so once your battalion is named, the briefing for your next mission begins. You'll be headquartered in Baldera, while the rebels are currently holed up in Fort Tuatha, a day's march to the northwest. It doesn't mention that there's Wizard Wallace in this map. The 4 other strongholds in the map are controlled by rebel forces. 2 good roads lead to the Fort Tuatha, and reconnaissance suggests that rebels have been dispatched along both roads. Hugo suggests following both roads to stop the rebels cold, then regroup and smash the fort. Alright. While the mission begins, dispatch your groups, send one directly over to the highlands in the west to reach Kiefer. What is with you and taking all these neutral forts, man? For real, are you trying to murder our Chaos Frame? Fine. Well, let's just skip through this and, I guess start subjugating the populace for no reason. It's the, you know, everyone's favorite guide to being a terrible leader. Alright. I mean, that being said, when I went through it my first time, I kind of did a bit of a whoops. Ended up having so many places repeatedly lost that it didn't matter how many neutrals we took or didn't take. Wound up getting probably the worst ending anyway. Alright, so we dispatch our first group. In this case, it's going to be Eliza. You are going to go take this town. Actually, wait a minute. That's not a neutral. I could have sworn that was a neutral. Ah, whatever. It looks neutral on this map. Alright. Enemy group here charges, but you shouldn't have too much trouble pushing it back. Send 3 groups straight north towards Movai. And that's this one right over here. And take 2 groups around the highlands towards the bridge to the west. The 7th group can either stay in your headquarters or move with the groups going west. Alright, so without even checking who they are, we send our next 3 groups here. Alright. Towards the west, the 7th... Okay. And take 2 groups around the highlands towards the bridge to the west. Okay. So it says specifically towards the bridge. Alright, and we want Leah... Well, we're actually going to follow both instructions. So we're going to have Leah go out ahead, and we're going to have Magnus stay here, because we have 8 instead of 7. Last time they gave us 1 more. This time they gave us 1 minus. Whatever. Alright. So, your initial goals are to crush the rebel armies from Mavai and Kiefer, as well as the one that moves down from Bulim in the west. Your army groups should have little trouble forcing them back, and you should capture both Kiefer and Movai on the first day of the battle. Alright, what do we have here? She found Metal Bra. Neato. Again, all of these like early captures, it's always to get an item. Alright. Let's see, push into Movai in the north with 3 groups. You shouldn't have trouble forcing the enemy away. Okay. And so everybody's just kind of doing their thing. Pew pew. On a bit of an odd note, by the way. So there's always the discussion of like, oh, why wasn't there more stuff like Ogre Battle or whatever else? And looking at it recently, I honestly, I kind of wonder if the natural progression of something like this would have been like a lot of the Might and Magic games, or like, for example, Lords of Magic was one of the ones I was looking into recently, and you know, honestly, a lot of stuff looks kind of similar. So I don't know. Actually, LOM is one that I've, well, it was on sale for a couple bucks, so I went and picked that one up a little while ago. Really wanted to give that a shot, because I saw somebody doing a run of it a while ago, and specifically I heard the fact that one of the factions you can start off with basically kills you right off the bat, so I really want to try a run with them. But, oh well. Oh well. I don't know, there's just always something fun about taking the jankiest possible option and just making it work. Alright, so these guys are doing pretty okay. And back they go. So Part F takes off once we've already taken both forts on the opposite side of the river. So with the enemy groups destroyed, keep your groups in these 2 strongholds to recuperate their lost hit points. When they're ready, send the groups over the bridges to the north. Move in and take over both Bulim in the west and Karnat in the east. Destroy the groups in the vicinity. If you can, stop them from retreating all the way back to Fort Tuatha. Will do. Will do, Captain Paperback. And as the guide said, we gotta make sure that any outside groups are destroyed, so we'll get right on that. Alright. Alright, your orders are to go chase this one down. That one's trying to head back. I think we'll have Eliza go take care of that one. Alright, so next we'll have Dio hide over here. Nothing too major going on. So far I can't help but notice that they haven't talked about weaknesses whatsoever. Like, just the fact that so many groups are kind of ineffective against golems. And yet, sure enough, you know, they just keep slapping them over and over until they're dead, which I guess isn't wrong, just a little basic. And apparently we specifically have to at least have Leia destroy one group to prevent them from fleeing. So I think we'll have her maybe go after the Beastmaster squad here. Maybe. I mean, they say to do it up top, but... Actually, I think she might just get it right here. They would need a few high rolls, but I'm fairly certain they can pull it off. Actually, they got a side attack. How the hell did that happen? Huh. I mean, whatever, I guess. If it works, it works. Okay, so there we go. We got that, that little thing met. Another condition met. I don't know why they have Chapter 3 Magnus over here. Doesn't even kind of look right. You know, as weird as it is, thinking about it, like, between OB64 and March of the Black Queen, one thing that keeps coming to mind that I don't quite understand is why it is that between the both of them, like, a lot of the mechanics and stuff for OB64, I really, like, between the two, I think they're awesome. But I'm wondering if it's just the slow burn that always makes me, like, in general, if there's an option between the two, I tend to go for the PS1 version of March of the Black Queen just because of how simple it is to pick up and go. But I wonder if part of that is just the slow burn at the start of it. I'll have to ask around the 64 community, maybe. Wonder if others know what that's about. Bzz. Dang wizards trying to take out my midget people. What's this? Yeah, you might hear a few messages randomly coming in the background. I have a couple little work things that I pretty much finished. It's just kind of an odd time there. So I've got this one project that somebody needed done that keeps needing all of these little micro edits at the very last second. So I just keep getting messages like, oh, I need one more letter removed over here. I need one little thing adjusted like 3 pixels to the left over here. The joys of freelance work. Everybody completely thinks you're their slave. Which is kind of true, to be fair. You know, sometimes you do put in hours of work to get 20 bucks. Alright. Now, interestingly over here, let's see. Okay, no, it does specifically say to move them back to the forts, so we'll do that. Keeping them at the river here is definitely the better idea, but screw it. I suppose we'll retreat them back in here. Now, the reason you want to have them take a nap at the river itself, they'll still recover just as well. They've not really taken too many injuries. However, when they actually march into the next town, they won't have as high fatigue because they marched in from a closer location. So there we go. So we have them stay there for maybe half a day or so. Maybe have Eliza here go talk to somebody. Actually, no, wait. It specifically doesn't say to talk to anybody, so we're just going to sit here. Don't mind us. Just a random army of wandering vagrants hanging out outside your town. It's just fine. Don't worry about it. Ignore the fact that these guys are probably sitting around and, you know, trying to evacuate. It's fine. I mean, we haven't gotten to, like, full-blown war crimes territory yet. But, oh well, we'll get there. Once these guys are finished recovering, we'll send them in. And, in fact, I think we'll just go ahead and start with these ones. And it does say to optionally send everybody, so I am going to send everybody, since after this point, your odds of actually losing anybody down the river are fairly slim. Not to mention Magnus should be there to catch up with anybody that accidentally gets knocked back past the river. So as long as they're fighting on the other side of the river, they can't really get knocked back. It's just a thing of, like, if you have a fight right here and they approach you from a weird angle and the game doesn't know what to do with geometry, so it's like, "Rah, they got launched all the way over here. They get a free town now." Then yeah. That's a little bit annoying. I mean, really, as far as gripes go, that's kind of my main one with this game. Is just, I wonder if the mod actually ended up fixing that. I feel like it did, because the few times that I've been covering the modded version, I don't feel like it was as much of an issue. Also, yeah, I don't know why they do Skeletor voice. I mean, I don't make up the rules. I don't see why not. Oh, by the way, so I was just thinking, so recently, you know, I kept doing all that Outer World stuff and whatever else, and part of it was this whole, you know, idea of the YOLO run, as it's called, which is basically a no healing from any sources ever whatsoever for any circumstances kind of run. Like, the overall ideas that it tends to bring to the table tend to make for a really fun run in a lot of games. However, most of those are standard RPGs. Now, for SRPGs, it's a little bit of a different story, and for that, so there's a couple pieces I'm still missing to put the full rule set together, but what I'm thinking is it actually might be possible for Tactics Ogre. As odd as that sounds. Hi there, Luke. How's it going? So, basically what I had in mind for that one is yeah, I think Tactics Ogre can be done without ever losing a full health bar. However, you know, how would you set up the rules for that? So I'm thinking anytime the damage is taken, it's just added to a counter, and anytime that a class can be deployed that is above that, essentially, or below that health amount, like, say, they've taken 100 damage over the course of the run, then, you know, if you have a bunch of classes that can only spawn in at 98 health, they're not allowed to be deployed. So something along those lines, like, if an AI already has them, what can you do? And theoretically, it would still allow for gaming the system a little bit by just recruiting them in the fight, because technically speaking, they're at a different level that is above the actual minimum. So I feel like there's a lot of fun cheese that can be had out of that rule set. There's a lot of potential ideas, and yeah, I think it would be really fun. Also, we found Wizard Wallace in the South this time. How about that? They need our freedom! And let's see, how, going well, how's things here? Well, so far the guide has not misled us in the last 5 minutes, so that's a plus. I've made one mistake so far in terms of the, of thinking one town was a neutral town on the map, and criticizing it for it, but no, it was in fact a proper enemy town. So yeah, so far so good for the first page. We'll see what it gets wrong going forward. Apparently it gets worse and worse as time goes on, which last time it already gave us a completely jank build and was talking about units that didn't exist, so we'll get there. And by the way, I want to say, I really, really, really want to do, like, so after this run, obviously there's a few different ones that can be done, and I know there's already a bunch going on, but as far as doing, like, guided runs and whatever else, I'm really curious what Pokemon Silver looks like. Like, there's so many games from my childhood that I really want to revisit without any real challenge run to them. Because I've done so many Nuzlockes of Silver and Crystal and whatever else that it's... yeah, I don't know. You'd think that I'd get sick of some of those, but no. Like, Crystal, or not Crystal, but Silver in particular. Like, I don't know why I kind of prefer before it got some of the quality of life features in Crystal. It's I mean, it's objectively worse. I just prefer that version. But yeah, I don't know. Just something about it, you know? It's just another one of those ones that I can never quite shake liking. Oh, is he gonna survive? Oh, no, we lost one. We lost a grunt. No. Little grunt man, what can we do? We're gonna have to make him into a little pie or something. I think they're made of bacon. I mean, they're certainly disposable. Alright, so now that we've taken that town, everyone is ordered to go on a murder spree. As per the guide. Alright, so Mr. Dio, you are going to go fight this dude until someone dies. Lisa, you are probably tired from all that fighting. Congratulations, you get to go fighting anyway. Alright, actually this guy looks like he's going to try to come back to town, so we can just leave him as he is. Another wizardly guy is marching his way on in. And we'll deal as we'll deal. But yeah, so far the only notable error, really, is just the fact that Magnus is in the wrong chapter look for this particular page. Speaking of, these pages are... okay, good. They're properly coming through. You may notice a few parts are a little bit cut off. You know, in the interest of visibility, I'm cutting off some of the right side of the page just because there's really nothing on there. And in fact, we can actually make that a little bit larger, even. There we go. So we can actually see the guide. How about that? Alright, so we captured Boolam, so now, as per the guide, we specifically only attack stragglers. And, okay, I get it, guys, you're there. Alright, so Dio's on that particular mission. And, yeah. Like, ideally they said to chase down this guy, but it's too late now. I thought he was coming this way. But it does give that contingency. It says if they retreated, too bad. Sucks to be you. Sucks to suck, as they say. Alright. Upwards and onwards. Oh, yeah. So... well, actually, okay. So, as far as that run I was talking about for Tactics Ogre, see, I was thinking whether it had to have some sort of math recalculation or whatever else for having multiple units, but I think just having a shared health pool over whether the life of a single unit, essentially, would allow for getting a party all the way through. Obviously, it would kind of narrow it down to almost entirely archers the entire run, but it's impossible to do it with just archers the entire run. It's simply not doable. And just eventually they'd get over-leveled, they'd get screwed over. So then there's the speedrun approach of archers and wizards, fine, but then also you're going to have issues with having something squishy like that suddenly losing you a lot of health in that run. So we'll see. We'll see. I might do something like maybe add 100 per each unit or something, just to have a little bit of leeway. I think I'll talk it over with the Discord, see what other people think. Maybe reach out to the resident math expert, Mr. Sheena over in China, with his crazy complicated rule set. I still plan to do that run at some point. Like, it keeps changing, so I keep thinking maybe just wait until he's done changing it. Alright, so now that we've taken those ones, so we've accomplished the first thing of Leah destroying an enemy group. In the south, 3 groups approach Boolam. We already did that. We got the cutscene, so you should reach Boolam and Karnot around the same time. We didn't, kind of, ish, whatever. And your groups should easily overpower the enemy forces holding them. You're confronted by an angry wizard when you reach Boolam, but he only yells at you that the rebels won't give up. Neat. Alright. Once you have Boolam and Karnot, make your final push towards Fort Twatha. Have your groups scour the area for any remaining enemy groups, but move your hero directly towards the fort, stepping to the camp nearby. When you're fully rested, charge the fort and confront the enemy leader, Effeminate. Alright. So, as per the guide, Senor Arnold, you will attack this one. You guys all have until, well, actually, it seems everybody else is in the fort. So, it's just Arnold chasing that one unit. Everybody else seems to have died. So, once Mr. Guide here, which he's pretty tired, once he's finished recovering, everybody charges the fort. And that's how I'm interpreting it right now. Alright. Effeminate's army won't leave the fort, so you can camp nearby and rest your troops. Okay, I guess we have to go camp nearby it. Fair enough. Alright, so let's send these out there as well. According to the guide, they seem to have apparently sent just about everyone. They left one unit guarding the city. So for the moment, we're going to leave Magnus there, and he's going to be our little timer, so to speak. Alright, we'll have Arnold go this way so he doesn't accidentally trigger the fight. Then move you over this way. And why do I have an alarm for 2 o'clock even? That makes no sense. Oh yeah, right, I know I have an alarm for 2 o'clock. It's when the school bus would get here if we didn't have a friggin' COVID exposure at the school and everyone had to go home. Yeah, go figure that logic out, by the way. So yeah, they make this whole big song and dance of, like, everyone has to stay out from school after the holidays for 10 days. They have to do all the quarantine stuff and whatever else. They have to go do background checks on everybody and go do video calls with everybody to make sure that there's nothing going on. And apparently it accomplished absolutely nothing because literally one day in. Also, katsu. Isn't that, like, cut or something in Japanese? Sounds like it should be. It's probably not. Sounds right, though. But yeah, literally one day and going back to school, they're like, oh yeah, the entire school has to quarantine because somebody showed up with a positive test. Like, well, why did you let them show up then? It's like the first question we're asked walking out the door, so why do they get a pass? Oh well. See, what this game needs, and what I feel like is missing a whole bunch, is a mass sleep option. Considering how often you have to do this, like, surround an area and camp thing. Alright, so now officially no units are left wandering the map. The guide is no longer tired. And we've had at least a few units camp out in front. These guys aren't even tired, so we'll go ahead and send them in. Alright, so, Effeminate welcomes you to Fort Tuatha. But yeah, Magnus has to be the first one to get there. Kinda, sorta. We'll see. Why don't you go back a little bit? Alright, Magnus, come on. Alright, so, Effeminate welcomes you to Fort Tuatha and tells you the rebels have been organized by Frederick Roskin. Additionally, she tells you that the rebels have organized into a real army called the Palatinian Revolutionary Army. Try as you might, you can't make her see reason, so you must fight her. Okay. I mean, I don't feel like we're really trying very much. We are literally showing up with an actual straight-up army. But okay. If they insist. And let the death dot do its thing. Alright. Alright, barring some clicking in the background here. Just trying to do a couple more of these little micro updates for work. Just keep getting emails like, fix another little tiny thing. There's too many numbers on this page of numbers. What does that even mean? Besides, according to the guide, everything should be absolutely easy with no questions right now. And there we go. Sure enough, it was. FMNet, glad to see you could join us on this special day. Believe you were over here. And they're an army now, yada yada. Alright, let's see what the guide says. So, FMNet's force is quite powerful, but if you carefully attack her directly, you can kill her in your initial attack. If not, come back and try again, and send in another group nearby. All of your enemies are close by. Or armies are close by, so it shouldn't be too hard to find someone to finish her off. Okay. Although I do always find this line hilarious. Like, now, do you mind if I kill you? Alright, so... Attack leader, apparently. So it seems like what they're going for is they're specifically mentioning to have Magnus kill a decent number of the leaders, it seems. So I wonder if that's intentional or just kind of they're just trying to get you the dialogue. And there we go. They were right about that initial attack thing, so right on them. Especially considering these guys are under-leveled. Alright. So, as Effemina does, she tells you to follow your heart. I mean, it basically goes everywhere, so what she's telling you is be afoot. Alright. Before you can explain what that means, she dies and the battle is over. Okay, then. They're like, man, we picked a crappy leader who also couldn't figure out to hide behind her front line. Alright, after the battle, Hugo approaches you and says your new orders have come through. You have two jobs, to escort Prince Umil through the Milesia to the northwest, and to sweep the rebels from the Zenobian border to the south. You can choose which to do first, but you must complete both tasks. And we got the Balder Spur. We got the pointy stick of mistletoe-y goodness. Alright, so. Mission Path 2. Or Mission 2, the path diverges. Hello, Floppy Fosh. How's the run going? So far, so alright. The guide's had some really terrible advice in the first part, but so far it's had a few pretty okay calls. I'm not sure about the idea of capturing every neutral town in order to get you a, free piece of old clothing or something like that, but at least they're trying. I will say a few of the times they've been pretty accurate, like for example that the currently underleveled Magnus team is actually able to properly snipe one of the leaders in the last fight. Little moments. It has its moments. It's generally not great so far, but yeah, the run's going alright. So, while you can play either of these two missions first, escorting Umil is slightly easier. I really disagree on that one. You can get some experience for your troops here, so they can be ready for the battle along the Zenobian border later. You mean the one where they just run away? Really? Head to Mylesia in the north on the map. So yeah, this one where you basically have to push an entire army that's also trying to take your, stuff. Yeah, that's the easier one. Okay. I'm fairly certain Yumil's team can't really die, but still. I've probably lost this one a few times before. And that's largely because this is one of the ones where they snipe for your headquarters. Well, it's not necessarily they snipe for them, it's this weird design thing where they deflect towards your headquarters, and it just happens to be the closest thing for them to take. Also, the logic of this scene will never make sense to me, because they're like, oh man, he killed this guy, and it's like, this guy was... yeah, he was under orders from the king to kill the prince, but, still, it's... he was trying to still kill a, for the frickin' prince, so... why is he considered a murderer? But despite the fact that they now consider him a murderer, they're perfectly happy keeping him around forever, and having him be that guy's bodyguard. Okay. So, once in Mylesia, Hugo fills you in on the details. Prince Umil and his party are attempting to reach the western region safely, but the Revolutionary Army has seized the castle that once headquartered the Western Division, so you must regain control of the castle quickly. See, the Western Division has lost its headquarters to the rebels. You must reclaim it. While there are a lot of rebels to battle, they aren't organized. No, wait a minute. Okay, good. I was gonna say, are they honestly gonna say to skip Troy? Dude, you do not skip Troy. Alright, so he said everybody fell asleep. Fantastic. Alright. So, the map this time is wide. You start in the east with your headquarters in Castle Dunkweld. The rest of the map, including the enemy headquarters at Castle Burgund, is held by the rebels, although there's a single neutral stronghold to your immediate southwest. While you're fighting, Prince Umil's party wanders west. They are strong. Sorry, it's kind of blurry on the left because it's like a kind of a... They scanned this thing without destroying the book, for what it's worth, so... I really don't think you need to destroy the thing to get a good scan out of it, because this overall is still pretty good. So I think maybe we will do that whole crowdfunding a copy of the Tactics Ogre guide to do the same thing for Tactics Ogre. Because I really, really, really want to do that one, not to mention that crap is like as long as War and Peace, so... yeah, I can probably put that in as a resume to go do voice acting. Anyways, alright, so... they wanders west, they're strong. They wanders west. I do English real good. Let's see, they are strong, but you can keep them out of conflict if you can, because of the distance. Hugo warns you that the troops will be marching a lot. Rest them while you can, which is never. Alright. Do you want to visit the prince? No. I'm gonna visit my boyfriend after this thing's done. I mean, they can say whatever. There is no canonical relationship going on for Magnus. And he sure spends a lot of time being awkward with Umil. Anyway, after the briefing, Hugo tells you that the prince wants to see you. You suggest that completing the mission is of more importance, and that you can see him later. Dio, wondering why the prince would want to see you, asks for your connection to him. Dude, we're literally his friggin' security. Why would that be suspicious? When he discovers you are the prince's friend, he explodes. Okay, that's just a straight-up lie. He's clearly still intact. Perhaps he believes you achieved your position from not earning it because of who you know. I mean, yeah, but also everyone hates Dio. And the captions under the pictures, the prince would like to see you. Okay. Cool. Take time to wait around and do nothing while Yuma marches towards his enemies. Eh, pretty much. Like, honestly, this one you can probably screw yourself over more than the game screws you over, just because of this crap right here. Because, like, it's such a... I always wanted to know if this was intentional design, because the obvious route is you go here, but then you realize around here, like, oh crap, you almost really booking it, and so you send somebody down this way to take this town, but then usually stragglers from here end up going here, and then, like, that's the closest town for them to retreat to, because they get launched about hereabouts, so then they immediately take the neutral town, so you lose Chaos Frame for that, and then they look around, they're like, the closest place for me to take is the headquarters, and then they all march towards there. It's like, it's such a either brilliant or, like, very unfortunately terrible piece of design, but anyway. Alright, so, at the start of the battle, dispatch 3 of your armies straight west to Bulk, and another 3 south to capture the neutral stronghold of Edorf. I suppose in this case it almost kind of makes sense, because then you already own it, and they can't retreat there. It's the only time that I would actually have to agree with them taking the neutral strongholds. Because, like, that very first one, like, hey, cross the map on the other side of the dang bridge to go capture that neutral stronghold that will never play a part in the fight. What a great idea. Someone told me that there's supposedly a monetary difference depending on how many strongholds you actually own. Fair enough, I suppose. Now, it doesn't specifically say to do anything with Magnus. Actually, let me check. Because I do like to have Magnus in this one. Yeah, it doesn't say specifically not to send him, so we'll send one there. Alright. So, because of the distance, Hugo says you can blah-bitty-blah. Alright, so 3 south, 3 west. Once they take it, send all 3 groups to liberate Le Booth. Okay, so that's this place. But hang on. Okay, so they say for the southern group to take that. So they haven't said to leave anybody on the headquarters, so fair enough. So we're going to go do that. We have the option to still dispatch, so whatever. Right, the Witch Den is in Tabulk, and the shop is in El Goria, in Leboeuf, and, let's see, Harave and Haza. You can learn more about the reason for the revolt, as well as information regarding the prince's relationship with his father. It's Leboeuf, Harave, and Haza. We gotta go talk to them now. Oh, hey, a neutral encounter. Hell yeah, I want a ferry. Not persuaded? Well, then you die. Exactly, exactly. That's a good choice. You don't get the option to leave. Okay. And I think we'll probably replace the rando soldiers in his squad with that. Now, at this point, I'm thinking it's probably safe to assume they just expect you to handle party management on your own, because I have, like, we're what, 10 fights in or something, and they have not said jack about party management. So we'll just assume that's kind of falling under the category of figure it out yourself. I can't be bothered to write that. Because the party stuff early on somewhat covered it, but not really. Sweet goodness. This editing job I was talking about needs yet another micro correction. Hold on. I'm just gonna, you know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna work in the background while this is all doing its thing. Maximum professionalism. But no, it's literally just a very, 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 very quick edit of a picture. Like, I will say doing background work in this game works pretty well. Like, if you ever do freelance stuff and whatnot. Alright, so they haven't said to go chase anybody down, though I will say so far we're drawing a pretty wide net here. So, alright. So Prince Emil tends to stay in the north initially, but he moves from place to place. You must capture both Tobolk and Lebeth on the same day to keep Emil's party out of combat. Okay. Confront the enemy groups quickly as possible and keep them away from Emil. Will do, but what about his crazy custom classes we probably won't have access to? I guess we don't get those. I have a feeling these guys are, yeah, they're definitely on an attack leader. So just go to attack strongest. I suppose you could make an argument for just take out all the leaders and then just kind of sweep up. We'll do that later. Hang on, wait, what did that just say? Oh, to work from. I thought it said work team. Alright. So initially, all of the action is in the north. You must contend with 2 powerful groups here. So deploy, enforce, and capture the stronghold so you can heal. In the south, once you capture Edorf, the enemy starts to appear. Wait, Edorf? Where the... Okay, that's Edorf. Okay. Alright. Push them away from Lebeth and capture the stronghold. Keep pursuing and destroying enemy groups. I mean, if we have time for it, sure. Let's see, this is important because soon after Yuma reaches Tobolk, he turns south and moves towards Lebeth. Even if you have been pushing the enemy forces back, there's a good chance he'll get caught in the battle on the road. Don't worry if he does, his group is very strong, and if you've been fighting the enemy, they'll be weakened. Okay. Nice contradiction there. Do the thing, keep them out of fights. Oh wait, you can't keep them out of fights. Why did I tell you that? Oh, by the way, random unrelated to this run thing, but just kind of noticed because my hands started acting up again. But, yeah, has anybody else developed a allergy to certain types of hand sanitizers over the course of 2020? Because, like, I literally used to be made fun of for always having hand sanitizer on me. And now it has gotten to the point where trying to use one in a store, like, just gives this weird reaction where, like, okay, dry skin happens, okay, fair enough, but I mean, like, literally my hand goes from absolutely normal to the entire top of it turning white and flaky and, like, bleeding. It's crazy. Getting random exorcisms from all this stuff, apparently. Alright, these guys aren't even a little tired, so we'll go ahead and start pushing them. Probably leave one squad here to defend. They do specifically want to do this with only these groups. Couldn't tell you why, but whatever. And yeah, I think after this fight we'll finally update the teams, because I can't help but notice that they're falling a little bit behind. Not anything major, but whatever. Alright, so right now we're supposed to be capturing that town, and that's when the next orders come in. So yeah. Hang on, what 3 towns were we supposed to talk to here? Yeah, this should be a pretty clean sweep here. Clean. Absolutely clean. No! The one guy! How can you... Ah, you just left the one really injured basic soldier guy. Alright. Actually, you know what? I have seen one loss to with Yumel here before. And that was actually with this squad later with the Beastmasters, like where it's like 4 Beastmasters with whips for whatever reason. So he died to the village people of all people. But basically, he went in, and for somehow, they just kept getting crit after crit after crit after crit. And, yeah. Couldn't tell you why exactly their luck was that bad that day. But, it sure was. And I feel like it's time for her team to retreat here. It doesn't say to retreat, but dang it, we're getting these guys out of here because they're about to bite it. Right. Right, you're taking over. So this is why I'm not too concerned about that little adjustment in strategy, because we have somebody to take their place. And it doesn't say not to, so okay. So I wonder if you got lucky enough, could you let Yumel complete the entire mission? I'm really sure you could, because he absolutely owns, so it seems possible. Like, they would have to get a lot of crits, mind you, but I suppose we could test that. Like, aside from the Beastmaster squad and... like, they pretty much will wreck everything else. If I recall, they do about 30 damage per hit no matter what they do. What's this? Okay. So first off, Edorf, do we need to talk to somebody here? There's 3 towns that we're supposed to talk to. So, to Bulkaz, the Witch Thing, Harave, Lebeth, and Taza. Is there Lebeth? Where's Taza? And I know that one guy's gonna comment for like the 8th time that that I need to go use the L triggers for this. I completely agree. Also, sorry. Okay, so there's Harave. They actually got everything properly spelled. Good job, guide. We haven't seen any typos so far in this this particular part. It's kind of impressive. Alright. So while this continues on... is there anything we should be doing here? Initially all actions in the north. Yumel does its thing. So now things get interesting. Once everything between Lebeth and Tobulk is cleared out, get ready to move, sending 2 units northwest from Lebeth towards Funtua. Have the 3rd group in the Lebeth area cross over the highlands. Oh no! Dudes are dying! Alright. So towards Funtua, have the 3rd group in the Lebeth area cross over the highlands and liberate Harave in the south. Move the group guarding your headquarters up, lagging behind the other units. In the north, move everyone towards Algoria. So, we were supposed to have a group guarding the headquarters. Thanks for not bothering to tell us that. Alright, so they'll probably take a nap by the time they get there, but... move them up, so I guess we move them here. Alright, what's your condition here, dudes? Completely roasted. That's what it is. What about guide? What's your team looking like? They need a... you know what? They're about as good as they can be. So we gotta move them here. Hang on, what else did they say? Say 2 units northwest towards Funtua. We'll have Lisa be one of those 2 groups. Let's go ahead and talk to these guys. Because we gotta go have a little bit of a chit-chat. Gotta get that lore. Now to north of the Battlement Mountains, they're separated by the rich and poor. Or, they separate the rich and poor. No matter how hard we work, we'll never get to the other side. Can afford hair dye, apparently. Well, that's depressing. Thank you, Depression Child. You're a staple of the series. Alright. So... Yeah, that one and that one are the ones we need to talk to. These little notes of like, go talk to every town for the lore are a little bit of a bummer. Let's say cross over the highlands. So they specifically say to send somebody over the mountains rather than around them. Because the AI, by default, will try to circle around the entire mountain range rather than doing a little bit of hiking. They just can't be bothered with that kind of nonsense. Alright, now hopefully these guys are able to survive one more round. In which case they should push these ones back. Because they're doing way more damage, they're just having a bit of a hard time. Yeah, they're still pushing. Leah's gonna take a while to get there. They don't have any items on them, so whatever we'll deal is we'll deal. Alright, you head to the mountains. Yumel's on his way down. We gotta have Arnold and Dio probably headed over this way. In fact, we'll probably have Lisa go sort out this squad over here. You go there, this wizard goes over here. Sounds kind of like what they were describing. At least some vague version of it. Oh, and by the way, for folks that are here, please tell me the audio is not trash this time. Because these meters, they tell me nothing. I mean, I've tried adjusting what does what exactly. I've tried adjusting all the sound and everything else. Basically, what happened last time is I was putting the meter up to like 10%. Normally it's at 20. But I moved it up to about 10% for the Tactics Ogre thing, and, well, to make a long story short, about 10 minutes, you could actually hear stuff. The rest of it... Oh, hey, they got a new unit. Nice. For the rest of it, it basically just sounded like really, 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 really incredibly loud music. And that was it. Alright, let's go ahead and adjust your squad a little bit. I mean, what do you guys think? Is it fair to start moving, start adjusting the squads to be something a bit more not dumb? Like, it didn't specifically say to do it, but it did cover some squad mechanics at the start of the guide. So, personally, I think it's fair to assume somebody would probably be at least experimenting with different builds at this point. Alright, you're going to take a quick nap. And then after your quick nap, you're going to go hunt some dudes down. Oh yeah, this is the lady with her crapload of gnomes. Right. I mean, don't worry, little gnomes. No one expects you to ever do combination attacks. I suppose it's fine because they really don't need them. Yeah, she's getting... That's the one that's training to be a Centurion. Let's see, since the guide wouldn't know when your soldiers became better, I think... What does that say? See, I think it makes sense to move them as needed. Fair enough. Alright, Lisa, how would you like to annihilate? Get a little revenge on the squad that keeps harassing her. Alright, Lisa. Go ahead and take out that one. Magnus is going to go ahead and try to take this town. Ogre Battle 64, the most amazing mosh pit simulator on the planet. Murdered. I will say Recovered needed some quotes on that one, because they're rather dead. And they only feel slightly demoralized by the fact that we just made them go shank a priest. Okay. For what it's worth, give them a few years, they probably would have been selling indulgences. So I wouldn't feel too bad about it. Alright, so once everything between Leboth and Tolbek is cleared out, get ready to move. Send 2 armies northwest, Leboth towards Funtua. The third group, cross over the highlands and liberate Harave. Move the group guarding headquarters up, so did all that. Lag behind the other units. In the north, move everyone towards Elgoria. Okay. So then we got Troy. Oh, there we go. Take Troy with you. When you start the next battle, you can create a new group. You can actually do it right now, but the game won't tell you that. Alright, let's go ahead and move you up here. Kind of tempted to, yeah, we're just gonna pop this one out just in case something really dumb happens. I mean, there's really no cost for deploying them this one. I love when units don't wake up after literally being stabbed. There's precedent for that. I mean, I've literally seen... So, I've literally seen my son roll out of bed, faceplant straight onto the ground, and keep on sleeping before. So, you never know. Like, just in the middle of the night, you'll just hear like, walk over to go check what happened, and he's just, like, rolled over, like, face planted straight on the ground, or smashed his face into a wall. I'm like, why on earth does he keep showing up with marks on his face? Like, dude, you have no idea how much he runs into. They're like, oh yeah, that's okay, I have a son too, I know how that goes. So apparently all his dudes are just really dumb as kids, and adults, and just in general. Anywho. Magnus go shank. As a guy slaps him with a teddy bear for almost as much. I'm curious if this will potentially cover the Ogre Blade route. Gotta know what it's gonna say. Shank. Everyone got experience from murdering that tiny human. Okay. Why are they so tiny? Nobody knows. But they found a stick on him. Now, Lisa, you count as your people in the north. Do the people in the north thing and go that way. Alright, so this guy... he's been ordered to do nothing, apparently. These ones are still chasing everybody down. I mean, all it really says is to move the headquarters unit up. It doesn't say where, so we'll just assume right there. Alright. So these guys are all doing that. We're supposed to be getting Troy next, and we're supposed to be preventing Yumel from getting into any fights next. We'll see how we do that. Bonk. Okay, good. I was gonna say, if they go for the guy in the middle, we might have a problem. Dead. In fact, I don't even know if they... Yeah, that's honestly fair, because I don't even know if they can take another fight right now. So B-Squad's going to take over that little push, then they can all recover in town, and Dio's probably just happy to have somebody finally pay attention to him. So there's that. Alright, so things get a little tighter in the south. Crush the groups here as quickly as you can, because this is where Yumel is heading. Oh, I just noticed I was supposed to be doing this work thing in the background, huh? Alright. Alright, so crush the groups here as quickly as I can, because this is where Yumel is heading. In the north, move as quickly as possible. Just, okay. In Algoria, you encounter a youth named Troy who wishes to join your army. If you take him, he'll be a pretty good phalanx unit for you. Yay! Your phalanx in case you didn't get one earlier. Which, you know what? I would totally have if the guy didn't lie to me. But, oh well. Bygones be bygones and such. Wait a minute, I just gotta read this out of curiosity. I know we're not there yet. But because of the pace you had to set, you really can't prevent what happens next. Yumels goes straight from Labeth to Funtua, and from there he starts for Castle Burgund immediately. And don't worry about this. Yumel's party is strong enough to survive a few battles. Get your troops moving to back him up, and move in the north to take Taza. Yumel's party always ends up fighting at some point. The best thing that can happen is for his group to lose and get pushed back. This gives you more time. Okay, then. Man. This guide is such interesting writing to it. Alright, hopefully she takes him out, and shank. Nice. Did you get your promotion? There we go. They got their first promo unit. Yay! Maybe she'll get that promotion after all. Because what is it? They have to go 30-something promotions to be able to actually become a thing. Alright. Which I guess is cheesable. Like, if you think about it, the highest amount that they can have is going to be... is it 12 units? No, like 16 units or something like that. Which means every 6 or 7 fights, they're going to... Depending on how it actually calculates, because I'm a little unsure. 6 or 7 fights or so, you're going to end up getting another promotion, which basically means to get 30 of those, you're going to need... Holy Christ, you seriously need 200 plus battles for them to... Oh, wow. Well, then... Like, I kind of wonder if just attacking and retreating an already headless unit might be the easiest way to do that. Does anybody know? Because it doesn't actually tell you what experience the soldiers get, and I've been told it's just 1 per unit per battle. Alright, so these guys need to rest a second. Those guys need to get Troy. We might as well just send the wizard up, screw it. Alright, how's Lisa holding up? A little tired. Why don't we have you go chase after this one? Lisa can go ahead and just take a little nap in town. Let's see, you really have to be working for it and have prior knowledge of how Centurions work. Yeah, I'm not sure why they did so many. Like, 5 or 6 would have been, like, already kind of an ask, you know? Because I think at most I get maybe 1 or 2 per squad, and never really have a dedicated trainee squad or anything. Like, it's cool on paper. It's just a hell of a lot to ask. I want to say the mod changed it to 5 or 6 for the requirement. Like, I love that idea of specifically having trainee squads, because, you know, that's just a really cool real-world application of stuff. Actually, I think... I'm sure there's better ones out there, but best that I've seen it handled was something like Himeko's Story there. You know, it's a little indie game, covered it a few times. But really, like, as far as leadership stuff goes, you specifically get perks every time somebody levels up. Like, instead of just getting stats by themselves, each individual unit gets a choice of a few randomized perks. And so you specifically can spec somebody towards leadership, and that ends up increasing their party size. It puts it all the way up to 10. It's like, think about it like turn-based Ogre Battle, really. Which you might say, hey, that's Tactics Ogre. Yes and no. It's like you still have the groups and everything, but you have individualized units as well. It's a whole thing. But anyway, it's just kind of cool, because then you have some particular ones that are sitting there always taking the leadership perks and, the boosts to their team and whatever else. They may not be sitting there sniping healers or anything, which, by the way, honestly, I just still find that skill fun. Like, one of the skills for some of the ranged units is just if an enemy tries to heal, you get a shot at them first. It's just cool little reactionary stuff like that. There's a lot of neat little mechanics for that one. I should probably cover it again. We'll say so many things fell by the wayside in 2020. And there we go, now we get Troy. Like, hey, you've got a spear, I also can have a spear. Like, that means you're good. Also, I'm a random Spaniard, nice to meet you. Seems legit. Actually, maybe we'll give him the fairy. Yeah, I think we need to give him the fairy buffs. I don't know. Oh, by the way, before I forget, has anyone seen the other ferry run that's going on? I'm trying to remember the guy's name right now, but there's another guy. He was actually over on the Ogre Battle Reddit, which I thought that got eaten by the Tactics Ogre one, but whatever. Either way, yeah, they're still they just recently got challenged to do a ferry run there, and yeah, it's way the hell better planned out than mine was. They've actually got ideas in mind, aside from just smash face into stuff until hopefully you slap stuff enough to win. So, either way, I mean, both ways seem to work just fine. There we go. Our Amazon squad gets improved. Alright, so we've got the dude guy. We got a spell book. There really won't be too much coming from here. So we'll let them rest for probably not at all, actually. So they need to keep pushing forward. So that's probably going to be our capital assault team. Go that way. How are these guys doing on ye old murder? Not great, surprisingly. Alright, so those two are gonna hopefully pincer that guy in. These ones need to just kind of get over all their injuries and go forward. Also, I just want to see if this next part is going to be wrong. Because they say you really can't prevent Yumel getting into a fight. So, we'll see about that. Challenge friggin' accepted. Shrink. Okay. Found a heal seed. And so far so good on his part. Everyone just needs to bum rush at this point. Because they're right behind Yumel. I mean, it's a little bit weird again that it takes so much to actually get a Centurion. Because they're really, really bad, is the thing. I mean, if they were... I don't know. There's a few tricks you can do with Centurions and all that. Like, a few little movement tricks and whatever else to have your guys move super fast, but... It's not one of those things you end up doing too much with. I still think this is the harder of the two. Because literally all you gotta do in the other one is just move forward and everything runs away entirely. Also, to successfully complete everything, we have to get to that town. Dang it. How do you expect us to talk to everybody and do everything else at once? Oof. That was just a mass impaling. Good lord. Little grunts are mean. Also, it's 12 points per... Wait, is it? Yeah, 12 points, not 16 points. Why the hell did I think 16? Although I think we did unlock... I think we just unlocked witches with that hat. Alright. So we won't get the lore from talking to that particular town. All we got from the other ones was, hey, we're sad. But it's okay. We'll prove the thing wrong. Mr. Zontak still sounds like a sleeping pill. Heard you're pretty tough, but I can't let you through. We'll just kill the prince right here, and okay. Oh, by the way, so I was gonna go on a bit of a tangent about, you know, historical approaches to how people felt about certain leaders getting killed off and whatever else. But, yeah, so okay, instead, weird little tangent on a drama show. So, my wife really likes her dramatic shows and everything. Oh wow, they just got owned. And so there's one in particular that was being watched recently, called Rain, which is interesting because it's a case where they clearly know the history behind everything, but boy oh boy do they love to just shove it aside. like there's so many times where it's like, okay, historically expect this one thing to happen, we're just gonna go ahead and take a complete U-turn here, replace a bunch of people, and then a week later just go back to everything being as it should. And it's just kind of fascinating to me how somebody decided to go about doing it that way. Like, for example, one of the cases was... so I should probably explain. It's basically around, I believe it's like late 16th century France. But it's, you know, as per usual, England and France are at war. However, they kind of completely miss the fact that it's... Well, in one case, they have the entirely wrong countries going to war. Like, France went to war with Italy at that point to go get some of their cities back. Instead, they just popped in the English, because what the hell. So they went for that. Then they decided, like, there was the King of France at the time who died to a jousting injury, because one of the splinters from a lance just exploded and went through their eye and into their brain and then got infected. Which, by the way, friggin' metal way to go. But in that one, what they decided was, yeah, that same thing happened, but his kid decided to knock the guy unconscious that he was supposed to be jousting, and yeah. He then went ahead and just stabbed his dad, and, like, it exploded, and it somehow got him a brain infection. No, we got zombified. One of the soldier guys in that last push died. Alright. But yeah, it's just interesting how that goes. Like, for example, one of them, there was this guy that led essentially a Protestant army to go fight Catholics in France, that just basically did a Protestant uprising there. For some reason, they decided that the Queen at the time needs to go have an affair with the guy, and then they need to hate each other, and then she needs to pretend to be pregnant for a while, and then... It's just like, it's so... I get it, it's supposed to be like a high school drama kind of thing, but what? What the hell? It's so random. Like, honestly, I kind of respect it, because it goes to some really, really weird places. I mean, at some point they got friggin' forest witches involved. Like, I wouldn't necessarily recommend watching it, but it's certainly interesting. My wife gets so annoyed that I make fun of her shows. Oh well. It's not going to change the entire world. So Yumil's, I can't thank you enough for your help, guide. Is very funny considering the actual usefulness of the guide. I know, it said that him not fighting was completely impossible, but sure enough, there he is. I mean, he is one of the final bosses, so he better be good. Though, how on earth is dude ever learning to fight considering he's a total wuss the entire time is anyone's guess, really. Alright, so, now that we did the thing the guide said you can't do... Alright, Taza is important because it's also close to the Castle Burgun to use it to heal your troops between battles. Okay, I want to point out, Taza is not important. Because realistically, you can't really get there. Because usually as soon as Yumil's team actually reaches it, the leader's dead. Like, they will curb stomp his entire team like nothing. I mean, they'll pretty much be mincemeat immediately. But here's the thing. Like, you don't get time to heal. By the time you've reached Taza, it's time to go. Like, that whole time, we were speedrunning the entire thing. We didn't even reach it. Sometimes Yumil ends up taking a loss, and that's when you end up having a little bit more time. But, yeah, no, you're not getting any healing done there, so no, it's not important at all. So staying within quick striking distance of the headquarters, moving to confront the leader there. Already did that. Yumil and his group move towards Castle Burgun as quickly as they can, and there's almost no way to stop them from entering combat at some point. The best that you can do is weaken the enemy so that Yumil's party doesn't take a lot of damage. As usual, concentrate your attacks on the leader and all should go pretty quickly. You should be able to beat this army in the first or second battle. But you just said you can't. Anyway, after the mission, meet with Prince Yumil, your childhood friend. He invites you to join him. Forever, and right the wrongs of the kingdom, but at this point, you aren't sure that Yumil has the right answers either. He is passionate about wanting peace in the kingdom, and something else, and about wanting changes made. It doesn't say about the and something else, but, you know, let's be blunt about that. Anyway, so, I feel like there must be fanfiction somewhere that I don't know, and I'm not going to Google that, but I guarantee that must be a thing somewhere. Anywho, Mission 3, True Intentions. It's not gonna be true lies. There's no playing around at the start of this mission. Hugo gets right down to business and starts the briefing. For this operation, you're headquartered in the town of Ethawella, located in the north. Fort Crenel, a day's march... Oh, hello, phone. Who is this? Oh, shoot. Hang on, I gotta take this call. One sec. Hello. Okie dokie. And back. Alright, so, what do we do with this team here? I'm sorry, taking a quick look at something here, because I thought I saw something, but apparently that is not the case. Weird. Alright, back to it. So, first order of business, we gotta do something about this messed up party comp. Alright, you get items. Can't change that one. Metal Bra doesn't do anything different for him. Honestly, we might as well just keep them in their default gear. Not too much that needs to be changed there. What about Leah? I think we've got a better spear for her. There we go. A little bit more explodiness, a little bit more other stuff. Okay, we have no improvement to her rapier. Do we have any improvement to that armor? So she does go through a lot. So mentality and dexterity goes up. It seems like all doesn't make stuff go down, really. Nothing good there. You can probably go ahead and get the... No, apparently you can't equip that. Cool. I thought you might be able to get a different dress, but that seems to not be the case. Strength and intelligence up. By any chance, can anyone be a witch or anything else? Probably should have changed classes before doing all that stuff. Alright, so there we go. Magician's robe. It's actually funny how female casters can't use a magician's robe. Clerics can. Anyway. Okay, do not exit. Exit out of this, though. Change classes. Alright, this one can become something different. What can you be? Nothing, so why did you even give me the option? Why are you like this game? Give me actual options, please. I suppose it's a little too early to expect too many promotions, though. Ooh, wait a minute. Bonaparte can be a wizard, man. You can be Wizard. It's like, man, I'm tired of getting hit in the face. I'd like to be a wizard, please. There we go. Change formation a little bit. And I feel like probably the biggest thing for people getting into this is just to understand how dicey the controls can be. I'm gonna leave that guy as a fighter just because he kind of needs it. What about you, healer? Can you be anything else? Amazon, sorceress, witch? Yes, witch, please. Sweet, we got one of them. Oh, they're a water witch. They're gonna be garbage. Somehow that makes it even better. Okay, whatever. We're gonna have a terrible water witch. Now then, let's go ahead and remove you. Additionally, where's that training squad? You're one of them, but whatever. In fact, I think... Let's just disband this entire group, because they're accomplishing absolutely nothing. And then get rid of you. Then add a character. And we'll go ahead and do that over here. Because I want Hype Fairy and that other one over elsewhere. I will change their formation in a moment, and then we'll go ahead and create a new squad. Or I guess we'll change formation now, because I accidentally hit the button. So let's go ahead and move you there. And then we'll move the archer over here. That's a bit better. Form a unit. You are going to be a leader. Get a hype fairy. Go ahead and get your double heals in the back. And then 2 other soldiers. Alright, that should look pretty good. Yeah, if they if they remake this, good God, they got to do something about these controls. Like, I think that's probably the single biggest reason that when I'm like earlier today when I was thinking, do I want to go for OB64 or do I want to go Fell Seal? I was really leaning Fell Seal. Okay. True intentions. Okay, town of Bethuela in the north will be our headquarters for this operation. Go into the fort, do the stuff, do the things, occasions occur. Alright, so, as they said, no playing around. Each has 2 enemy strongholds, each path is stuff. Western path also has a neutral stronghold that can be liberated. You mean captured. You mean captured. Because, you know, we can't liberate it. Well, unless they do first, which I guess somewhat okay. And, alright, so after the briefing, Hugo tells you that the Revolutionary Army is acting strangely. Instead of gathering their forces and heading north, they are marching south towards the Zenobian border. Oh, you mean, like, they're evacuating, and that's why this one definitely is not the harder one? Nah. It's almost like a fight against an enemy that doesn't actually want to fight is not much of a fight, is it? Alright. Hey, and it's Troy. By the way, side note here. What is their plan with that spear design? Because it's definitely way too narrow of a thing to really serve as a blade catcher of any kind. Kind of tends to weaken the structural integrity of the entire design. Is it just easier to hook on a wall or something? Who knows? Definitely way harder to manufacture, though. Alright, so first go to the organized screen and create a unit led by Troy. This gives you an additional battle group. Move a few units around so that he has some power other than simple soldiers. Then start dispatching troops. Note, there's a witch den in Karya. Neat. Too bad our dude already died, but whatever. Make a detachment with Troy as the leader and you'll have an extra group to dispatch. So at this point, how many groups are they saying we should have? 8? Okay, so we do have the 8 groups that they want us to have. You know, barring the one guy that became a zombie. Whatever. He died as he lived. Apparently still dead. Add a character. Let's go ahead and add a trainee squad over here and replace all lost soldiers, actually. Because I forgot to do that. Just let me leave this menu already. Alright, so in the west, if you push the enemy group back, they'll capture the neutral stronghold of Karya. Wow, they actually knew about that. So don't worry about this. Move in with the rest of your group and push them out. But Chaos Frame, though. Claiming it for yourself. Rest your group here and destroy the enemy before pushing south to Leguat. Don't worry if it's captured, you can get it back easily. Missing the point, but okay. On the eastern side of the map, things are pretty confusing. A lot of enemy groups are here, and your troops will be fighting constantly. If you can grab Quillen, you'll have a safe place to heal up while the enemy group stays weakened. So push for the stronghold as much as you can, then send out your groups to harry and destroy the enemies. As apparently Troy proves his worth in combat by not being the one attacking. Use Quillen to rest up your troops as you fight back the enemies around it. Then as you're clearing out the east, move in and capture Laguat. Okay. When the enemies have been cleared from the areas around Quillen and Laguat, you can start your push towards Fort Crenel, move your eastern troops down the road, but don't liberate El just yet. Instead, move a group between El and Fort Crenel. This gives you a chance to catch retreating enemies before they can make it to the fort. Do the same in the west with the area around the Den. Around Dem Vidro, capture both strongholds. Okay. That's actually pretty legit advice. Alright, so we'll leave Guide here for now. We'll send Eliza over here. We will send Arnold over here. They're kind of our A-team, as it were. Now, it doesn't really mention too many specifics, but we do know that we're supposed to be sending out Troy at the very least, according to the guide. Because this one is Quilon. And that's what? Ellie? Okay. Wait, so their route is actually... I thought they were saying to go here and then block off escape from here. Not go here, go all the way around, and then block it. Whatever. Anyway. There we go. Send out all ye dudes. I don't know if it's really confusing, but I suppose so far that's pretty okay. Again, this guide in general is a bit better than I was expecting. It's got its moments. It's definitely way wrong about some stuff, but it's definitely got its moments. Ah, dang it, I need to get more coffee. This is an unacceptable lack of coffee right now. I'm gonna drink this friggin' water stuff. Now, what I would have expected is for them to maybe mention some of these weird squads, like the, the 4 Beastmasters in the last one, or this one that's, like, the Ninja Wedge. You know, bring up some of the cool stuff. Kind of sticks out. You really don't see too many Ninja Wedges. I mean, they're not amazing, but I know their crit rate's fairly high, so I have seen a few runs where they just end up completely dominating with crits, but, you know, in this kind of game, a crit build is going to be a little bit hilarious. So there's that. Though I have to say, the more attempts that I try on it, for that Outer Worlds YOLO run, the more it's clear just how insane crits are in that one. Like, to give an idea of the difference, standard damage that your character does is, like, towards the end of the first chapter. Because there's potentially a really good route that gets you a whole lot of resources for that run, if you have the ability to snipe a bunch of stuff. So, on the low end, you're seeing maybe like 120. On the high end, you're seeing like 1,700 per shot. It's bear in mind, enemy health at that point is like anywhere from 300 to 800. It's just kind of insane how some of it can go sometimes. But gotta say, I gotta respect it. That one's had a lot more mechanical things in it than I ever thought. I mean, my first few times through Outer Worlds there, I thought it seemed fairly simple. But it's always, like, that's what I love about challenge runs, though. It's always the runs that make you explore some of the really niche stuff, you know? Like, okay, the fact that the two-handers in Outer Worlds give you armor class bonus, like, did anybody give the slightest crap about that really minor bonus? Because in a run where you basically have no health to beat the entire thing, and have to start over if you die at any point, being able to suddenly tank several hundred hits, whereas before you were maybe getting killed in 2, suddenly that matters a whole bunch. Is it necessarily a great idea to be running around with a hammer to somehow shield you from bullets? Maybe not, but I feel like it can be implemented somewhere. Ooh, plate armor. Not bad. Alright. So far, so going. Alright, so they said to capture that town and then just sort of wait. Alright, so when the enemies have been cleared from the area around Quelon and Leguat, you can start pushing towards Fort Cornell, move your eastern troops down the road, but don't liberate Ellie just yet. Instead, move a group between L and Fort Cornell. This will give you a chance to catch retreating units. Okay. Although in the picture, they've already done that. I think they're actually mixing up L and that town on the left. That's what's going on. Let me double check if I'm wrong on that. I could be. Yeah, that's Dem Vidro that they're showing a picture of, but it's L that they're talking about. I guess easy enough mistake to make. It's kind of the same thing on different sides, and I just kicked some stuff off my desk. Beautiful. Buy stuff on my desk. Also, I never really noticed Troy's boots before, but he's kind of got boots that are designed like the orc legs from 3rd Gen Armored Core. He's got like a weird cup thing going around the heel. Alright, sorry if I'm quiet for just a sec. Trying to correct a little thing here. Alright, so according to this thing, we need to be chasing down all of these stragglers. Because wanton murder is the way that we're supposed to be handling things. I think this is actually supposed to be the raid route. Where we absolutely do not have time to listen to anyone's complaints, and every single thing on the map must die. Although, strangely, again, the route through this doesn't exactly lend itself well to that. There we go. That's looking good there. Really should be charging people extra for some of these extra things. Sorry, I'm just waiting for the game to win itself right now. There's this little micro adjustment thing project that I'm working on. Has a bit of an annoying thing to it here, because it was basically editing out a few little notes that got put on a map, and like, okay, it's usually fairly simple enough, but they ended up going and putting a lot of these notes over other areas that are actually important to the to the thing itself, because somebody made some mistakes on a map, and it's like, okay, I need this removed and edited, and like why do you need to put all of your annotations on top of important text? Why would you do that? But oh well. So hopefully that's done right there. Kind of been working the better part of the day for these $20. Please, oh please, let this finally be accepted. It's one of the things you see quite a bit when going through Fiverr. So you just get people that will keep asking for stuff and asking for stuff and asking for stuff, and then after you've done, like, here. It's like after you've done 8 different new things for them, they're still unhappy with all of the extra stuff that they added. And so suddenly they're like, oh man, I'm sorry, I gotta leave a negative review because this isn't really what I was looking for. Like, well, you can't decide on a project that you're doing, so thanks for that. So that's always fun. It's like, that's, like, usually that's gonna be the people you never really want to work for, when it's somebody that just got into some business or another, and it's clear they have no friggin' clue what they're doing, and so suddenly they just think, if, like, well, I attended a seminar and the guy seemed pretty angry, so if I'm angry enough at random people trying to help me with stuff, maybe that'll do it. Like, the project I'm talking about here, perfectly reasonable. Like, maybe not a great choice over where to put notes, but aside from that, solid dude. But, like, a while ago, there was a guy that wanted some eBay work done, and the guy, like, how did it even go? I mean, they kept asking for changes and changes and changes and changes, then asking to go back to different versions and whatever else. So finally, for this, I think he wanted to pay like $12 or something on what was supposed to be a couple of listings as a bit of a tryout thing. So we're talking days of edits later, because at that point I'm just thinking, okay, I just don't want to, get any kind of bad marks on my reviews or whatever. I keep 100% review score. I do my best to make sure everyone's happy even when it's unreasonable, but they just keep asking for stuff and asking for stuff and asking for stuff, and finally, after several days, I think it's done. And then I go and I check my account, and there's a negative review. I'm like, oh, it still isn't the way I liked it after all these changes, and I feel like I should have gotten a few extra free listings. I was like, you little douche. It's like, I already doubled the project you were looking for in the first place. It took several more days than it ever should have. You have no clue what you're doing. But, anyway. Life is like that sometimes. Like, I really, 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 really wish that there was more stuff going on through Fiverr, though. Because there's so many people that do, photo editing or whatever else. Like, I can do all that stuff. It's just, there's people that have literally been doing it their entire life that are friggin' wizards in front of a computer, and that's what you gotta compete with. But I do know documents, and somehow a surprising amount of documents turn into Photoshop projects for some reason. What can you do? Any dang ways. And what is this guide? Yeah, there's really nothing else to cover from the guide right now. That's why I'm rambling on. It doesn't even say anything about Debonair yet. Right, so instead of pushing the enemy towards... Go away, text. Towards 4 criminal, attack from behind, and push them into the thing. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. There we go. Finally we get Mr. Majestic himself. Alright. Fort Cornell holds the foreign knight who saved Quad in your second mission. Debonair of the Wind is extremely powerful, and his units are also very tough to kill. Because of his strength, you are best off fighting his minions until only Debonair remains. Not true at all. Then move in with all of your groups and hammer Debonair until you smash him. Well then, you take some time, or this takes some time because he has so many hit points and is so strong, you guys. Attack Debonair's underlings until he stands alone, and then move in with all your groups and crush him. I love how they have the little soldier guy like he's going to be doing anything here. Once you defeat him, Debonair confronts you. He's retreating to Zenobia, and he's taking the revolutionary army with him. The refugees are fleeing Platinus. You pursue them only to find the others who helped Quad escape. They challenge you to do the right thing and help the rebels against the terrible rule of the nobles. They also tell you that the strife in the kingdom comes from the neighboring kingdom of Ludus. It's food for thought as you begin your next mission. Okay, then. So, I think this dude might have lost somebody. Wasn't paying attention. Probably should be. Also, for the whole thank you guide thing, I'm pretty sure that's why... I'm sure somebody who suggested that knew. It definitely sounds like they knew. Also, the most useless round in this game of any unit whatsoever is whenever there's a fairy that buffs itself. Like, it has absolutely no purpose whatsoever, because their defense and health are so bad that you can buff them as much as you want. It'll never make a difference. Of course, at the same time, you know, they also kind of can't attack, so their attack buffs don't matter. Fun times, fun times. I swear, by the time this wraps up, I probably could just stand up and go make some more coffee. Okay, another funny side note. Because yesterday, I was at the store, and I saw the living embodiment of a meme. So, okay, have you ever seen that picture going around? Where it's, I want to say it's like from a decade ago or something. Where it's, like a bunch of stick figures and whatever else, from, I don't know, some cartoon site or other. And then it says, like, why, you know, why guys like tall girls or short girls or whatever else, and why girls like whatever. So it's basically going through all those, one of those, and then finally it says why guys like short girls, and there's, or why tall like short. And in all the previous ones, they're like, oh, look, you know, perfect hugging length, or a perfect thing for whatever else. And for that one, you don't even see a thing. It's just a blank background with the guy smiling. So anyway, like, sure, you know, weird joke and whatever else, but I kid you not, there was like a friggin' 7-foot tall dude and like a 3.5-foot tall lady there, just going at the store. I'm like, are they? Is that their kid? Like, no, they're definitely a couple. Oh, unexpected. On that note, a random wild griffin. We'll take that. Let's probably cut it a few times just to be sure that it's all perfectly tame. Hey, Griffin, now that we've stabbed you multiple times, do you care to join us? Yeah, probably a good choice, actually. Look at that Griffin making good decisions. What a good adult catbird thing. Alright. Side note, by the way, even though the Sonic sword that Mr. Dude Guy here has, can we actually see his status? Yeah. Evan, what are you doing here, man? He switched sides early. But anyway, yeah, you can't see his equipment or anything, but got a unique weapon and all that kind of thing. So that's fun. Alright, guess we just move everyone forward. Why not? Why not? Let's do this thing. Hello there, Congo Jack. How's it going? And, yeah, so far so good here. Now, they did say to put somebody here to block them from escaping. I forgot about that. Admittedly, I was going on about weird stories and just completely forgot about that, so it's fine. You know, we've committed a few less war crimes according to the guide. We'll just let the refugees live, I guess. Which sounds really messed up. Honestly, there's a lot of parts in this game that are kind of really messed up if you think about it. I mean, and I have to say, in a lot of the rest of the series, it's kind of a bit more acknowledged. I feel like this one in particular has a lot of cases where stuff gets really dark and nobody says a thing about it. And that's probably one of them. That you can absolutely block off the route of escape from a crapload of refugees and then just, nobody really cares. They're like, hey, we're leaving. Do you care to join us after that horrible thing you did? And, yeah. You, can absolutely do that. And they're completely on board as long as you save their train conductor later. Alright, we'll let Arnold continue his absolute warpath. Because the man simply does not stop. Which is good to see. Honestly, Swordmasters are a bit trash in this one, so it's good to see when they actually succeed. Okay. Alright, Power Fruit. Ah, it's Troy. That's the problem. I'm over here trying to figure out what on earth it is that, that's causing all these weird movements. It's because I had Troy falling around one unit that apparently circled around the entire map. Okay, hang on. We gotta use the other menu to select Dio, because he's off the map. Do I feel safe getting up and going to get another coffee? Not quite. I will say, we are also now, however many battles into this thing, they still have not acknowledged golems even once. The intro has acknowledged golems more than this guide has. Kind of makes you wonder, you know, I don't think they ever do cover what the thoughts are on the afterlife of the general populace here in the Ogre universe. Because if you think about it, like, especially in OP64, like, somebody's just running around. You know, they see their friend get stabbed in the face, the guy falls over, just comes back as a zombie, starts punching enemy units anyway. It's got to do some wonders for morale. Like, even when you're dead, you're not really dead. Alright, let's see about moving him here. Alright, come on, catch up to him. Yeah, Mr. Troy, unfortunately you can't nap on the job. Alright, do you think these guys are going to catch up? They did! They actually managed to catch up with him. And their attack should be trash. So you know this game, I thought there was going to be battles. There totally are. Speaking of battles, there they are. Yeah, no, so yeah, for Ogre Battle, it's like, it's basically like a, it's not quite an RTS, it's not quite a turn-based thing. And by the way, there are options as far as stuff you can do within these fights. I'm just not making use of any of them right now because we're kind of just curb stomping. But yeah, no, general idea is you've got squads of custom units, and they're traveling around, doing their thing. Yeah, they're very N64 animations. The visuals of this game are interesting. Like, I will say, the visual style is... It's funny because it doesn't lend any wonders to itself whatsoever in terms of screenshots, but it looks a lot more... It definitely looks a lot more stylish when you're actually playing the dang thing. Because I remember so many times when I was going through the rest of the series and trying to learn about this one and whatever else, would end up seeing screenshots of it, and I'm like, man, that actually kind of... That doesn't look so good. What happened here? And then, then it starts doing all the little animations. Like, oh, this has a lot of charm to it. Alright, this guy can go ahead and take a quick little nap here. I think since Troy's not really doing anything else, we might as well have him kind of circle around and try to take this dude out. Bento. The dude's a lunchbox. Nice. Alright, looks more real than other games in the genre. Yeah, I think probably the one that takes the cake on that is still the Tactics Ogre remake. Because that one, they really went out of their way for... uh-oh. Time for Troy to get wrecked by a Debonair. Yeah, that moment when you attack the boss and he's got the heroic music. Gonna keep you occupied for a while. Yeah, they're not gonna have much of a chance there. So I will say the guy does have a solid piece of advice here for attacking weakest. It's probably a good idea for most folks getting through this for the first time, if you want to get through with as few casualties as possible. Like, I personally like giving Troy this kind of team here. I forgot how terrible those fairies are with only their 3 heal. But this generally means that you're not taking too much damage on your overall party. You've got a phalanx in the front to soak damage. You've got fairies to buff attacks and whatever else. It's very RNG dependent, but it's alright. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of personality to the animations in this one. Which is really what you need. And basically what it said is to chase everyone else out of the map and then go in and charge, so fairly standard OB64 type stuff. Now, Mr. Jack, question for you. Have you gone... So when you say you're kind of new to this and whatever else, are you familiar at all with the rest of the series? Like, just to know if I'm kind of leaving you completely lost, rambling on about some random stuff as per usual. Because there's technically 5 games in the series. Realistically, people only care about 4 of them. One of them got a remake, which is kind of considered its own thing. Familiar with the more popular modern games? Which I'm assuming is, FFT. Gotcha. Yeah, FFT is basically a boil down of Tactics Ogre's Chaos Route. I mean, same people that made it, but same general stuff, but it's hilarious to go through and it's like, oh, this character's this guy, this one's this guy, this guy's this, just a combination of these 3 over here. It's, but yeah, if you ever want to... So, especially Tactics Ogre Remake, Let Us Cling Together on the PSP, it's basically, the story there was that you had Ogre Battle first, which was supposed to be like a kind of simulation of all kinds of fantasy tropes and whatever else. I'm trying to make like a sort of almost Civ-like game, except you're constantly just fighting the entire time. But everything you do is judged to some degree. This game would be a counterpart. So yeah, Ogre Battle is where it started. Because if you think about like old city builders and whatever else, where they happen in real time, that's kind of what seems to be... what seems to have been the inspiration for stuff like this. Because what they wanted to do was create a world first, and then just kind of worry about how to make the game later. So, yeah, Ogre Battle March of the Black Queen was the first one on the SNES. That got remade with a way better remake on the PS1. I don't know why people panned the PS1 version, because honestly, it's got a whole lot of quality of life improvements. I think it just might be a SNES pride thing. But... anyway, at any rate, so yeah, that's kind of where it started. You just basically moved around a huge map. Every time that you changed your units around, you might get a different type of synergy out of them. Like, one of the hilarious things is you start off with 2 griffins, which basically means that you have 2 squads that can fly. So you can have, like, an entire team of wizards just sitting on top of a griffin, just doing drive-bys on people. OB64 is a bit more down-to-earth approach for the same kind of idea. But yeah, it's supposed to be like everything you do in the game is judged to some degree, while you aren't the one like building nations or whatever else. Every action you do determines how the local populace views you, determines, how other people might join you or hate you or fight you or whatever else. Like, for example, Mr. Dio over here can actually be a boss later under some circumstances. So, it's basically stuff like that. Now, as time went on, they realized, like, wait, people really want to see more of the world in a more down-to-earth manner, which is where Tactics Ogre came in. And by the way, this is known as the End Boss Gangbang. This is kind of just how you end fights in most cases. Which it is what the guide recommends as well, so we're allowed to do it. But yeah, so Tactics Ogre was apparently what happened when Mr. Matsuno there, it's, again, the same guy that made FFT and whatnot. So apparently they were sitting around, they were told, okay, Ogre Battle sold way better than we thought it would. Like, literally everyone involved with the project was like, yeah, this will be kind of fun, but yeah, nobody's going to buy this crap. And so, shockingly, it actually sold, and at any rate, which, by the way, if on YouTube, if you just look up either the lore of Tactics Ogre, or if you just look up almost anything Ogre Battle or Tactics Ogre related, probably going to find some from my channel up there. But did a whole bunch in terms of what the games are, what they do, where to find them, all that kind of thing. Should probably make an updated version of that, because you can't really find most of them these days officially. Even Tactics Ogre PSP is no longer on PSN, which was a really weird omission, considering people are still buying it to this day, so I'm kind of hoping that they're secretly making a like a remake or something like that, because you seriously cannot officially get most of these games. If you do exclamation mark guide, it should bring up everything. I think that brings up the guide officially, as well as the channel links and whatever else. But yeah, so yeah, Tactics Ogre happened when people saw that first Ogre Battle, and they're like, we basically want chess. Apparently, they were watching a Japanese game show that had that basically had chess played out with real people, and so they thought, hey, that looks fun. We should probably make this into a game, and so they did. I'll just go attack weakest again. So yeah, that's what they did. Again, everything you did going throughout the entire game could potentially change your route, change your cutscenes, change everything. Like, basically, imagine FFT, except you take out the skill system, you add a better gear system, and then you have the ability to either, to just kind of like spar with your own units, but everything you do potentially affects the story. So, like, for example, say there's random optional objectives, like, okay, the Wheatgraph fight? Or no, what's the Wheatgraph? No, not Wheatgraph. What's his face? I swear I'm not a medieval Nazi guy. Shoot it. Algus. There we go. So that is, literally everything in FFT is something Tactics Ogre did. To some degree. Like, the entire thing is basically a boil down of what the original TO did. So in that particular case, it's actually the first fight you do in Rhyme, where... isn't Rhyme? Yeah, it's Rhyme. Where you basically have the choice to go save somebody or not. So, like in FFT, it basically is just a determination of whether you get a bonus to your Brave stat, as well as whether you get a game over if he dies. In the original version of TO, it's basically just you get a choice over how she interacts with you later in the story, if you end up saving the lady that happens to. Now, in that version, she was a lot better than her remake version, which has a tendency to just straight up die almost every single time, which is why they actually did a mix of both versions in the remake, where if you select the option to save her, it automatically just says game over if you end up losing, or if she ends up dying, which, again, she does all the frickin' time, because her first instinct is usually, hey, I want to get eaten by this dragon, let me go right in its face. However... by the same token, they also give you a few different interactions throughout the story if you do end up saving her, but in general, you don't have to. Like, it's kind of an optional thing whether you really want to save them. They're one of 4 characters that can potentially be a team later. It doesn't matter too much. But either way, so that's where that all came from. Like, for example, the guy I was showing earlier, Dio, he's basically your... He's kind of one of the versions of where your main rival in Tactics Ogre goes. Like, you always have your best friend character. If you think Delita, he's basically he's kind of like a version of both versions of that guy for the Tactics Ogre side of things. Because depending on choices you make early on, in some cases they'll end up becoming a complete sociopath and go on a complete killing spree. If you go down another route, they'll just end up becoming a revolutionary leader and whatever else. That's probably the closest to the FFT to leader version there. If you go on another one, he just, like, the guy just straight up goes haywire. He just short circuits because he can't understand how many people you've betrayed. So suddenly, like, since his whole character is basically he wants to be your rival, he can't even decide what side you're on anymore. So he just gets himself killed. But, like, it's yeah. Which version do you prefer of Ogre Battle? The one on Saturn or PS1? Okay, so we'll say there's 3 versions. So the SNES version is the original. No, Feldman got turned into a zombie. I don't know when he died, but he certainly did. Personally, I like the PS1 version of both, just because the SNES version has a little bit of jank to it, in terms of the save system being kind of weird. Actually, no, that's for Tactics Ogre. But still, I prefer the PS1 version of Ogre Battle as well, because it has some more quality of life features. The help system actually explains more of what's going on. You get custom colors on your units. You actually don't have, like, for example, you have Lance, one of your first guys that you end up recruiting in Ogre Battle, March of the Black Queen and all that. He's just a Beastmaster guy. Wait, no, he's just a knight. Sorry, I'm looking at Gilbert here. You get him in March of the Black Queen as well. Well, you can. He's actually your first boss. You can kill him, too. That's the thing throughout this entire series. Like, pretty much everybody can either be a boss or a friend character. And what's funny is, even if they don't directly change the story, they may still show up in cutscenes and things like that. So there's a lot of little details. Anywho. So, like, yeah, Debonair is also from March of the Black Queen. Every member of the Revolutionary Army in this one is from March of the Black Queen. They literally just went and were the heroes of their own game. And they're like, you know what? This revolutionary thing is fun. We're just going to go do that in another country. And so you're just playing as another guy like, man, these douchebags are over here trying to overthrow my government. Not unlike the other week, actually. Anywho. So yeah. They'll just introduce themselves to you. There's the main character. You get the female main character if you went for that later on in the game. That's Europia. But anywho. What was I getting at? Oh yeah, so just generally, the PS1 version, I just think it's just nicer, looks better, plays better. Like, pretty much all SNES games that aren't Metroid have what I like to call SNES jank to them, where you've got that weird delay in your button inputs. Like, I really respect a lot of the things that system did, but it's why I always preferred the Genesis and the PS1 growing up. Even though a lot of the games that I probably would have preferred came from the SNES. Not to mention most of the series that I like had originally started on the SNES here. Alright. Went on a long ramble, and I'm even out of water now. Dang it. Also, holy crap, what time is it? Jeez. This has gone on more than I thought it would. Alright. So, moving on here, what does this have to say next? Apparently everyone's still just kind of talking right now. So, once you defeat him, Debonair confronts you. He's retreating, yada yada. But, wait a minute. Does it not cover the next cutscene? Messenger arrives for you as you're talking with Hugo. He's carrying news from General Godeslos. You've been recalled to Akka Castle for further orders. Right, so this is when the whole big uprising everywhere happens, but, did they just forget this part happened? I mean, they have Gilbert right there, but they don't even mention they run into Destin? Difference between reality and your ideals. Yeah, that's the series in a nutshell. Like, hey, you want to save people? Go ahead and be a douchebag. You want to try to be a nice guy? Yeah, enjoy watching everyone die. Have fun with that. It's funny, because he was a statue last game. Alright. And you know he's a palace guard because you only see the sprite coming from them. God only knows what they were thinking designing those helmets. Like, we want them to have a really wide hit area, but we also want to make sure they can lose these helmets at the same time. We want to make sure that they know that they're regal, but also a little bit horny. Alright. So, mission 4, the Revolutionary Army. Here, so one quick moment. So I'm going to go ahead and put a little pause here. Gonna go make more coffee, check on the kiddos. Gonna put it to do an ad break in case that actually does anything. Supposedly it does good stuff or something. Nobody said I'm good at this Twitch thing, you know? But supposedly it's a good thing. So I will be right back. Let me make sure the kiddos are still napping, because it seems weird that they're still napping, but it is really raining out. So, well, I guess snowy, but whatever. Inclement weather as you were. So I will be right back, and see you then. Okie dokie, hello again. Sorry for the wait there. Sure enough, the kiddos are still sleeping. But, I'd have expected that one. So usually by this point, it's a whole lot of daddy, can I have chicken nuggets? Please! And no. Apparently not a whole lot of that going on. Alright, what can we do on this organized screen? Is there anything we got that's even remotely kind of handy here? Because they haven't explained the training mechanic yet. They haven't suggested putting anyone through training. I guess we're still saving up money for that Apocrypha. Please tell me that the guide will actually suggest that. That would be amazing. What time zone am I in? Eastern. Over in Michigan. Alright, so, let's see. Back in the castle, you find Godeslas talking with Raid, Shadow Legends. Godeslas tells you that the rebels are planning to retake Volumus Mine and surrounding areas. More importantly, the leader of the rebels is hiding there as well. The plan is to join the Central Division, assault the mines, capture Ruskin, and end the revolution once at all. Or all at once. Sorry, it's, again, the left side is a bit blurry because of the scanning. So, all at once, because of your recent performance, you are put in charge of this operation. It's an important job, but Raid tells you all you need to do is create a diversion for the Central Division. Head back to the Volumus Mine on the map to prepare for the next mission. Okay. So, watching your videos about Ogre Battle and the greatest mod I've never heard of, and this is making the game very enticing. Dude, it's so good. It's so good. Now, I'm assuming you're talking about One Vision there, yeah? Because, yeah, One Vision is amazing. I mean, I've literally been running Tactics Ogre since I was a little kid. The PSP remake for about the last decade. I mean, like, Night of Lotus was where I started with the series. Arguably, I started with FFT, because when I was a little kid, I had a choice. Like, okay, I've saved up some money. I've managed to starve myself at school long enough and saved up that lunch money to go get... to either get Tactics Ogre, Night of Lotus, or Final Fantasy Tactics. So, long story short, I couldn't find Tactics Ogre anywhere. Like, I looked around, thing just straight up didn't exist. I didn't even... my brother had a SNES growing up, but he ended up breaking it, so yeah, we just ended up not having a SNES. But the... like, it was one of these cases where I think he found one at a garage sale and, like, rebuilt it and whatever else, because pretty much all our childhood was like, hey, guess what, guys? I found this, random pile of scrap electronics. Allow me to make a supercomputer out of it. Oh, good morning. Hang on just one moment. It appears I was a little bit incorrect on that. Yeah, Val's gonna watch with you. Sounds like a good plan. Alright. Apparently she wants to chill out on mommy's bed. Alright, let's see. So trying to see how I can play this while avoiding emulation, because I'm a perfectionist with graphic settings and emulators I never get to play. Sounds like you and I had similar childhoods with regards to game consoles. Yeah, it was kind of a funny time there, because yeah, like, we wound up with the most random stuff. Oh, good job! You gonna go watch? Yeah. Sounds like a good plan. My daughter was just checking in with me to make sure that it was okay. They got to get permission to use their iPads and stuff. But yeah, no. I would say probably, like, my background, and it turns out my wife's background as well, consisted of a whole lot of, like, just getting a hold of, well, the electronics that you wanted while generally being on a pretty stringent budget. But, like, for example, I'm fairly certain we never paid even remotely half price for any of that stuff growing up. Because I know my brother fixed up that SNES, and then when it finally ended up giving out completely, actually no, I think my mom might have sold it for rent money or something. I don't know, something along those lines. But yeah, and then had a PS1. I think his friend had sold him the PS1 there. That's how we wound up with that thing. And then there was just a raffle that we ended up winning for a PS2, so that's how I ended up getting a PS1, because, he got that one. And then, yeah, funnily enough, got a Genesis after a PS1, because Because apparently my brother had insisted that I need a game console. No, it was before the PS1. But no, he had insisted that I needed a console of some sort, and by that point they were fairly cheap, apparently. Like, honestly, unless it had already become cheap, there was no way in hell I was getting something like that. But, anywho. So yeah. And funnily enough, what ended up getting me on the whole track of SRPGs in the first place wasn't even anything related to any of these, because it was actually my brother had gotten me this. He had gotten a bunch of random parts from garage sales together, and built this custom computer. And when he ended up building himself a better one, he gave me that one for my birthday. And so he gave me this disc of a bunch of old DOS games. And on there was a old BattleTech, I think it was like Rise the Crescent Hawk or something like that, which basically was like, imagine an SRPG, but you only get 5 characters, and one of them is guaranteed to be a traitor, and then you basically just have characters that permanently die. And on more than one occasion, I ended up reloading a save because I had a AI companion that decided to run underneath my mech's foot while I was running. So, that game is so good though. Granted, it kind of isn't, but it also kind of is. They have so much cool stuff to it. Anyway, back on track here, because we're getting way beyond the scope of this run. Getting into the nostalgia brain here. Alright. So yeah, dude guy talks. Okay, before the mission starts, Ariosh runs to Godislus's hall, which I believe Ariosh is the only generic character to not have a custom, or a custom character to not get a custom look, but he is still a character. So like Ariosh would probably be what Atlus and Floros were in Knight of Lotus, or well, what Sarah and Voltaire would be for Let Us Cling Together. You just get Ariosh in this one. Anyway. Before the game starts, Ariosh runs to Godis's Lal and brings the bad news. The revolutionary has attacked in force and captured more than half the strongholds in the area. Traitors in the Southern Division made it easy for them to take over. Now the entire situation has fallen on you. Your new task is to complete the operation by yourself, like everything else. In your briefing, Hugo tells you your orders are to capture Frederick Roskin, the leader of the rebellion. You'll be headquartered in Dice, and it's the only stronghold you'll start with. The enemy is in Fort Boulan in the northeast, and there are plenty of enemies to the south as well. This one will be tough. Will it, though? In towns, you discover that people are extremely angry with the nobility and believe the revolution will help them. As in the earlier mission, the Witch Den is in Sinal, and the shops are in Zyria. Well, alrighty then, we won't be needing those. You've got enemies on 3 sides in this conflict, which means you must protect your headquarters carefully. Dispatch all of your groups, sending 4 south to Eldrit and 2 east towards Sinal. Okay, good, we got legit instructions on this one. Well, screw this briefing. It's time to get down to blindly following orders like a good dog. Alright. What kind of man is Frederick? You don't ask questions, you just send the dudes to go stab other dudes. Shut up, blue hair man. Alright. On a bit of an odd note, recent version of Project 64 here added something known as an A-list score on the heads up. What the hell's an A-list score? It's apparently at anywhere between 1 to 5%. Okay. Anywho, so. Alright, so. Dispatch all groups, send 4 to the south to Eldrit. Immediately terrible idea. Because you do not want to give them instructions after you've already dispatched all 4. Because that's just going to be a pain in the neck. I'm not even going to do that. That just makes it take way longer. Okay, so. Wait a minute. Okay, no, they did spell it correctly. For some reason, I thought they spelled it with an A. Alright, so we send 4 to go capture this for some reason. I mean, you can just speedrun this by taking the 3 towns to the north and win. I don't know what the hell their plan is here. Send 4 to the south and 2 east towards Senal. Is this Senal? Okay, like, taking Senal, definitely a good choice. The other ones, I don't know what their plan is there. Alright. And we technically... Okay, so we've got 2. So dispatch everybody. May's the wizard that never gets... He's the one that always shows up late to every battle. Alright. 2 more should stay at your headquarters. Did that, and the group's going to Eldred. Encounter no resistance, but plenty of enemies lurk in the south. Grab these 2 strongholds and look around the map for your next moves. Oh, are they giving up on this brilliant advice of send groups in giant blob? That's good, I suppose. Also, I love how they're like, yeah, there's no resistance here. Send most of your army there. This place is going to have equal resistance. Send only 2 people. We need 2 to defend the capital. Against, hilariously, a mob that will be attacking from up there. Anywho. Also, I just want to point out the guide is a bit of a douche right now. Because they're pointing out the fact that you can get Troy, and, you probably, if you didn't start off with a phalanx, you probably won't have a phalanx yet. And, I was using the guide's specific information to start with a phalanx. Meanwhile, it's over here like, hey, check it out, I had a phalanx. Why didn't you, nerd? Alright. And, okay, Troy is immediately taking losses. Fantastic. Alright. So you notice an enemy group heading down from the north. The groups at your headquarters should be able to push them back. Okay, good. They did mention where they come from. Keep fending them off, sending one of your groups to track them down if they keep coming back. Destroy them to keep your headquarters safe. You're usually better off just parking on the headquarters and letting everybody else do their business and come back to assist. I mean, if you're on one of the maps where they are specifically targeting your HQ, you usually don't want to ever leave it to one team. Yes, I know, I did so much of that in recent runs, but generally speaking, you never want to do that. Again, that's not to say I know everything about this game whatsoever. I'm fairly new to OB64 compared to the rest of the series. Wow, this dragon's absolutely, well, I don't think they're even bothering to take the names here. They're just doing a lot of the kicking of the donkeys instead. But, surprisingly, they've almost taken this town. Hang on, let's switch up your formation a little bit. Because, this one's taken a few too many hits. Okay. So moving on here. That should be fine. Probably should put Leah in the front, but oh well. Oh, hang on one quick moment. I think somebody's trying to drop something off. Okay, nope. Apparently not. So, wait a minute. You know, maybe I was a little bit wrong earlier. I think it was Earth Witches that are the terrible ones. Because I think I got a Water Witch in Magnus's team, right? Because yeah, it should be Water and Fire that are the good ones, and the other ones that are kind of meh. Because Poison in particular is pretty trash-awful. Because it doesn't actually poison, it's basically just a level down move. The only difference is that it can stack with other level down moves. And it also doesn't tell you that it's a level down move. They're just like, oh, nope, it's poison. But what does poison do? It's poison. Okay, thanks. Good to know. I feel very informed now. Okay, bit of an oof on that one. See, this is probably why it would have been a better idea to maybe, I don't know, not send only 2 teams here. Just, you know, this is kind of where the resistance is. Although they've, again, almost taken the town, so I guess more power to ya. But in comes the Hawkman Snipe. I think we'll switch these guys over to attack leader. Hopefully we don't lose anyone in that process. Shank. Shank. Like I will say, even if they retreat here, as long as they take out the leader, they're probably on good ground. And in fact, it's probably... no, they can't retreat yet. Because they can't really take another fight after this. Now retreat, please. Okay, they're automatically... No, they actually did. They managed to take the win. Good. It's very, very close. Alright. And it occurs to me, I never actually did finish that story from before, huh? Because, yeah, so ultimately it just got into strategy games from Battletech, and then after that point, are they going to take their shots? Alright, take one more. They can't retreat yet. Oh, crap. We're about to get rotten, aren't we? Yeah, Leah died. But anyway, yeah, so that's, when I was looking for other things, they're like, this is a thing called an RPG. I'm like, let's look that up. So, after probably winding up in a, watch list for while I was looking up rocket launchers, it turns out it was an SRPG. I was like, that's interesting. Out of curiosity, should be able to switch our leader here to one of the other ones. And they should actually have a really good spot here to yeah, go ahead and Witch Den Leah back. Okay, our leader got friggin' like melted. You maybe fix that? Man, healthcare in this world is amazing, though. Like, you go into a church, they will heal you of any injury whatsoever. You just walk into a random hippie shop, they bring you back from the dead for like 400 bucks. It's amazing. What a world. I mean, people still find reasons to complain, but hey. Definitely can't complain about the healthcare. Alright, now that she has managed to actually be the leader for a grand total of about 3 seconds, we'll go ahead and switch back to Leah. The Blaze Knight, who actually is just lightning, but whatever. So grab Sinal while you reclaim the south. Okay. I'll get right on that with all those units that are retreating that way. So I guess I'm supposed to send one guy to casually take that thing while their leader is somehow dead on the bridge. Huh? Oh wait, no, I'm mixing up my towns here. Never mind. Mr. Troy, your offense is garbage. But that'll change after this fight. I feel like Troy must have been one of the developers' favorite characters, too. Because it is funny how, like, he's entirely set up to be able to be utilized in a speedrun or something like that. Like, one fight in, he automatically, like, in the fight that you actually get him, he already has a weapon upgrade. Presumably you can get that Balder Spear over to Leah instead, make her a better caster. Then 2 fights later, you can go into this one, and you end up picking up the Earth Javelin, automatically his best weapon. From there, you can just go back to his house, where all of a sudden he gets the best shield in the game. At which point you can go to the Aznabel thing, go back to his hometown, end up picking up a helmet, give him the best helmet in the game. Like, he just has so many potential options. Like, Troy literally has access to some of the best items in the game, and a lot of them fairly early. But, I mean, he's still a... Phalanxes are just built to disappoint. Still pretty cool, though. Alright. Uh-oh. Did Leah just die again while I was looking at my phone? God dang it, Leah. We're gonna have to talk about your deathly tendencies here. Because we really cannot have this be a daily thing. So, like, honestly, I wish for a lot of these that they would potentially just have, instead of having you go switch your leader back and forth, it really would be kind of cool to just set up a hierarchy in the team. So just immediately the next person takes over. But, anyway. Let's go ahead and bring her back from the dead. Attempt 2. Do you need my skills? Yes, we need your skills. Oh, dang. Alright. And then we mash the button till life happens. For anyone that watched the ferry run, you're welcome. You've probably memorized this cutscene forever. Every 10 seconds, welp, everyone's dead again. Sounds like this faceplant strategy doesn't really work. Whatever, we'll try it again. You know what? I almost feel like it's more responsible to leave somebody else in charge. Whatever. Alright, so we've accomplished the 2 things they want us to accomplish. So if you notice an enemy group heading down from the north, you need to send one to go attack them. We'll take care of that. What are our next orders? With your headquarters safe, you can rest easy in the north for the time being, and turn your attention to the south. Move 2 units south from Eldrit and surrounding Zyria, counting it... Wait, they have 2 different... Zyria? Whatever. Anyway, surround Zyria, hitting it from both sides. Why? Just send them both in at once. Whatever, we'll do that. Capture it and rest your units, then take both groups from here, and a third from Eldrit, and capture Volmus. Okay, so... First order of business, pause this mess. Mr. Maze, go ahead and murder this bird. Second of all, we need to take 2 units, so as per usual, it's going to be our top 2. We need to go to either side of this town for some freaking reason. Because apparently, we're pretending a town flanking mechanic exists. So there's that. I mean, I guess you technically can chase them out from everywhere else, but whatever. A third from Eldred and capture the Volmus. Okay, so what they want us to do is ignore that one for now. Wait till these 2 capture this town. Capture it. Send these +1 over to Volmus. Which at that time, a long-term charge is okay. Who knows why. Anywho, so we do that. They want us to run around eliminating stuff as much as possible. Those birds are just running away. These 2 are supposed to still keep sitting in the north. Out of curiosity, can we up the speed a little bit? There we go. I want to say I should have been running it on fast this whole time, but whatever. Was it for the heal leaf? Is that why you sent us around through the forest? Okie dokie. Alright, well, they've got a trident, so that's nice. It does bug me a little bit more than it should that they can't seem to decide on a design for the trident. Because, so like, in the original one, it was just 2 really thin forks branching out, like pretty standard old fork design. In this one, it's got the 5 prongs kind of sticking out like a RuneScape Dragon Spear kind of situation. Then they go back to the pointy design in Tactics Ogre Remake. But then they also give it the they basically make it into the only good or best two-handed best 2-tile spear before you get up into 3-tile nonsense, which on paper is good, but then it just kind of weirdly drops off. But yeah, then they go back to the little pointy design. Whereas over in well, how do you even describe it? Like it's kind of like the box art for OB64 that they used in Night of Lotus. It's like it's a bit more flat and pointy. But then yeah, they went for a completely different design for in-game for OB64. But you know, what can you do? Of course, it's less frustrating than a certain other game that I'm probably gonna do one last part on pretty soon. So, after covering it the last time, there were a few people that kept saying that War of the Visions was somehow there was a lot more game to it. You know, I just wasn't familiar with it. I didn't know it. You know, there's just more to it. I'm just not giving it a. Apparently, 150 plus fights is just not a good sample size. You know, how dare I question the greatest game ever? So what I did, kept doing all the daily crap and whatever else. Just once a day, go on there, have it do one story fight, collect all the daily garbage, go buy whatever was needed for that initial starting team. I still have not switched to any other characters other than the starting team. And so yeah, just kept throwing everything at those, and so at this point they're pretty much all maxed out, still slowly going through the complete nonsense of a story. Or what wants to be a story, I guess. And really that's about it. I just wanted to do one last part at some point, because there still is no gameplay there. It literally is just log on, press the win game button, and that's it. So I'm not sure where the fairly aggressive defense of it came back a few months ago. Is kind of standing by the fact that it's a pretty trash awful game. I take it back. There's like 2 fights that happened about 300 something battles in. That was like, oh, they actually might make use of some of the neat mechanics that this game actually has that they completely forget to implement in any maps. Where they have like one guy specifically set up to go drown out half the map, and you got these other guys set up to do ambushes, and it's like, wow, somebody tried for once, and then it just never happened again. So there's a grand total of 2 maps out of, again, several hundred so far that have anything interesting going on. Still kind of sticking with that it is garbage line on that one. But by all means, maybe somebody can correct me on it, and I'm just a stupid idiot who doesn't understand the quality of whatever's going on there. They've had several cases where they had, sales going on or whatever else for supposedly really good items and whatever else, and despite the numbers constantly going up, I have never seen a noticeable difference. Or effect of just about anything, really. Like, I'm honestly baffled by this point what the point even is, because I would have thought, like, they specifically have versions where they're like, oh, this is, like, evasive armor, or this is heavy armor, or this is, like, a shielding armor, and I keep switching between them, trying to think, like, maybe something interesting will happen, and it never really does. Supposedly it does something. Couldn't tell you what, though. I mean, obviously it's only there as a money printer, but... Oh, what you got there? You do? What you watching? You're watching Number Blocks. That sounds like a pretty cool show. Do you want a snack to go with it? No? Okay. Some water? Yes, ma'am. Coming right up. It's not yucky. I'm glad to hear it. Totally forgot that I had it there, actually. So, you're welcome. A good water?
Yeah.
Your teacher said you were doing really good, by the way.
Oh,
Yeah,
I was.
I know you were. She said you were doing really good with your letters and numbers.
Yeah.
Wait, did I mute this? Nope. Alright, and back. So yeah, we'll be wrapping up after this fight, I believe. So, by the way, one quick thing. And this was a total accident, but I guess we'll go ahead and have him take this town here. So, Mr. Jack, are you still here? Because, something to suggest if you are. Alright, so quick thing. Mr. Jack, I don't know if you're still here, but it occurred to me that I missed something kind of interesting a little bit ago. So, in terms of, like, if you liked FFT and whatever else, there's actually one other modern thing that, honestly, was everything that FFT tried to do. Takes that whole formula and just improves the absolute hell out of it. And that would be Fell Seal. So if you've never tried it, I mean... Again, the art isn't for everyone. The story is serviceable, but dude, that game is about the mechanics, and it is just it's hard to describe how good it is. Like today was a complete toss-up between this and Fell Seal. All right, this guy needs to get running because his team's about to get annihilated. I mean, considering I'm pretty sure he's almost never taken a victory. This guy's doing alright. Alright, he's gonna go try to take that town as an emergency. Alright, so what are we supposed to be doing here? So you notice an enemy group, yada yada. With your headquarters safe, you can rest easy in the north. Take Volmus. Once you've captured Volmus and destroyed the units around it, gather your southern units back to Eldritch and move 3 of them towards Ishro. Again, there are 2 enemy groups in the area, so expect some tough battles. With Ishro captured, send a single unit over to Beerith to claim it, giving you the entire southern portion of the map. Okay. If and you say so, I suppose. Hi there, Mr. Cow. So you move in a few of your best units and have them rest up before the final battle. When they're ready, move in and attack the enemy headquarters with everything you have. Now, I'm thinking, I could be wrong on this. Let me... I wonder if they meant north, not south. Because by this point, you'd already have control of the south. And I'm pretty sure... Well, anyways, we'll find out in a moment. Again, not sure why they never bother to bring up the fact that golems will absolutely ruin your day. But okay. So which one's which here? So that's Salkin. That's Casey. They never even... So yeah, with the south in your control, it's time to turn north, move a unit back from your headquarters to Days, and send 2 from there north to Casey. From Ishro, send everybody up to Sinal. Where is Ishro? Okay, well, we tried to push there once, and it seemed like it had too many units. But okay, they're slowly taking Volmus. This is just turning into a whole just mess over here. We'll see if they actually manage to get over to that town to try to capture it. Alrighty, and back. I mean, so far that one seemed to go pretty well. Not entirely sure what their plan here is. It seems complete overkill to send this many units down here. Like, why do they... Why is it that every other time they're like, oh, you specifically need 2 units to take on 2 units. There's no reason for you to do anything extra here. And then suddenly for Volmus Mine, they're like, you know what, it's a couple Swordmasters. In this particular case, in this, or no, sorry, a Swordmaster, or not even a Swordmaster, a friggin' Fencer, and a Dollmaster. It's like, no, this time, this is when you need to send 3 people. Or 3 squads. Well, I guess that guy's making a solid case for it. Alright, fair enough. If they'd like to stop critting, too, that'd be kind of dandy. Now that has regenerated. That's so good. Gotta love how they do undead units in these games. Like I will say, of the very few gripes I have about the Tactics Ogre remake, the way they handled undead was definitely one of them. Especially considering they've got, you know, the entire Palace of the Dead, all 115 floors of it, like 80% of which is just fighting zombies. And, ooh, interesting little glitch, by the way.
It's my cup already.
Oh, one sec. It's all filled up, kiddo.
Okay, better.
It's all better? Glad to hear it.
Whoa, no more cough.
Yeah, no more cough? You were just really thirsty?
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, that's how that goes.
it gives me
You know, gotta say, there's something that I'd like to describe as the toddler's paradox. I'm not sure if that's actually what you'd give as a proper term for it, but it's interesting. Whenever you have multiple toddlers in one area, or even just, you know, ages anywhere like 2 to 5, if there's one, they will usually be very well behaved. If there's more than one, they will usually be an absolute nightmare. I wonder if it's just confidence from, you know, knowing there's somebody else trying to do the same kind of chaos that they are. But it's just always interesting. Like, either my son or my daughter will be absolute angels if there's nobody around. Like, even when they're around friends at school and whatever else, but, you know, as soon as both of them are in the same room, you can bet it's going to be some absolute well, not really nightmare, but they'll definitely be having a lot more craziness than they usually would. Oh, and another thing. So, okay, looking at the guide over here, I just want to point out something very funny that, well, it may be a bit funnier to people that like to like research historical stuff and whatever else. I never realized that Fred actually has a Bollock dagger. So, there's a... Usually you never really see, like, the art in-game or anything like that. Like the original drawings and whatever else. But specifically, there were daggers kind of throughout history that, just like everything else, were basically designed to be like, hey, look, that's totally a dick. And so, yeah, if you look at his dagger there in the picture on the right, if you can make it out, that's one of the designs that was actually used. Oh, man, I never... the things you notice when looking up close at the art. And yeah, it wasn't, like, that's not even a modern interpretation. It's literally why they were called Bollock daggers. Which now makes me wonder if that's why there's Balder daggers in the game. Oh, no. I hope not. I don't think so. Alright, so... So for this last fight here, it says, move in a few of your best units and rest them up, yada yada, move in, hit the headquarters with everything you have. I mean, that'll take us another half hour to get there. So, Frederick Roskin is there, and his phalanx Valna tells him to retreat. When the battle starts, hit Valna with everything. It may take 2 tries to take him down, but that's all you need to complete the battle. Okay. See, I feel like if they did a modern Ogre Battle, there's definitely some different systems they could try to make it a bit more interesting for the very end. Because instead of, like, the giant gang pile, I feel like it could probably work, God, I'm trying to remember who did it, where you basically just, like, rotate your different... You kind of just do, like, a combo attack. You send everybody in, and then it would just, like, randomly rotate them out. A bit like, nah... I was... Oh, you already took your nap? No way. Ezra, you're awake right now.
Yeah, my guy's asleep.
Yeah? Brother sleeping?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, as soon as he's up, we're going to play Squirrel Game, right? That does not mean to go wake him up, just so you know.
We want to play Squirrel Game
This week? Why not really soon?
Michael wants to get up soon.
He wants to get up soon? Okay, but don't wake him up, okay? You gotta let him get up on his own or he'll be really cranky. Alright, and I forgot to mute again. Okay. Just forgetting everything today, appears. Alright, so let's attempt to follow those instructions to before that one wizard guy ended up going on a one-man warpath across their entire country. I mean, I say it's theirs. It is basically theirs for the next few minutes. Alright. These guys are still chasing down the birds. And thankfully, since they don't have a leader, I think once their leader's gone, they start taking some... Like, they don't take the full "you're tired" penalty, but I do believe their stats do take a bit of a drop while they're trying to find some place to hide. Okay, I'm being asked to go grab something real quick, but weird little observation. This is the one time they don't want us to actually take the neutral town. I'm trying to find it here in all of the notes. It doesn't say anything about, Berbera anywhere. Anyway, one quick second. Ah, there, Mr. Fosh. Bit of both, actually. Looks like both. Well, I would say both the kiddos got up more like my daughter went and woke up my son, so he's going to be a bit cranky on this end. Any dang ways. So yeah, they'll. I'm just kind of quietly wrapping up this fight, reading the last page here, and then yeah, we're wrapping up for the day. So there's that. Which I suppose I can take it off mute here for a little bit, because I don't know if you can hear the iPad in the background. Hopefully, no. If not, then we should be good to go. Oh, by the way, another completely out of nowhere question that probably will just result in a universal "what the hell are you talking about?" So there was another run, yet another weird challenge run that I had planned, I kid you not, 8 years ago now. Which I think I brought it up before. Because it legitimately was one of the first 2 runs I was planning to do when I started the channel forever ago. There was Saints Row 2, but basically the crappiest pistol and environmental stuff only, which is a very weird challenge. Like that, honestly, wouldn't consider under most circumstances, but it's surprisingly interesting. Because like what they have in that one is a case where they wanted to make it, they wanted to keep the whole like power fantasy thing going. So what they did was they specifically made a pistol that only the cops carry around, that's used in every cutscene, but is hands down the worst thing in the game. Like, you legitimately can point blank headshot any random unit, and it will basically take 2 or 3 shots to actually do anything. So kind of it becomes this interesting thing of like a mix of different pistol moves and throwing trash cans at people to be able to accomplish anything. Which I remember being especially weird during like one of the missions where you're supposed to more or less fight like 100 gangsters guarding a meth lab, and it's like just like running around trying to avoid a million different shots going through the air, blowing all the windows out of everything, like running around with a dumpster trying to take people out with it. It was a really wacky run. So I'm kind of curious if there's any interest in that too, because I kept looking at it. The few times I was about to start doing it, I realized it would involve remapping all the controls, because the default controls for PC make no sense whatsoever. Like, it legitimately is like you switch through your weapons using one thumbstick, but you actually turn the camera using the triggers, and like what crackhead designed this? This makes no sense. You literally could have assigned the buttons at random and had an easier, a more sensible system shake out of it. Also, trainee squad here is having a bit of a hard time. And at least she's there to take some of the hits for these guys, but yeesh. They're getting rocked everywhere they go. Of course, that being said, just like with all the other million different runs, it would involve actually finishing some up before too long. Like, one man, one goal, one vision, I expect maybe 2 more parts before it goes on hiatus for a little bit. Because yeah, that one's, like, what I want to do ideally is 1 more part covering what happened in each of the temples, because people have pretty much universally said that the temples have been kind of a boring segment of the run, because it's mostly just been a long curb stop that just takes a while. So that's why I've been off-screening those. And then using all the stuff gained from that, the plan is to go through the Palace of the Dead, gain 1 exact item. Again, it kind of falls under that same umbrella of there really isn't too much to see there. It's like at this point the guy's built up so much that there's a lot of cases where you can just stall out certain maps, which is kind of what I was expecting to get to, and then just 1 or 2 final parts going through Hanging Gardens and the final boss and all that. And then eventually the plan is to do all of the DLC and everything else, but that's gonna be in a minute. No, they killed the trainee! Or the trainer. Hang on, I gotta go deliver some cheese sticks. 1 moment. Okay. Just about wrapped up. Just about wrapped up. There needed to be a super fast option. Wait a minute, is there a way to speed up the simulator? I don't think I can check without breaking something. Shoot. Alright, okay. Quick theory crafting session here. So, one... Oh, for goodness sake. Okay, so, what I was trying to get to, real quick, is, yeah, just kind of like getting up and running around and dropping off snacks. But, well, at least until dinner finishes cooking. But what I was trying to get to, cleric only. Wonder how that would work. Because as far as I'm aware, they can't actually do anything, but theoretically they could stall stuff out and just use a Pendra. Theoretically. Not entirely sure how that would work, but, you know, one of those things that'd be interesting to test at some point. I'm pretty sure I can't be the only one that wonders who balanced Hawkman in this game. Like, I know it's probably kind of like the Pokemon thing, where if something only has 2 evolutions, it can't be too weak at the very start. But, yeah, no, they kind of wreck every time they show up. That's kind of one of those unfortunate decisions in this one, where they constantly have them trying to snipe your headquarters. So they've got these relatively suspiciously strong bird people just constantly trying to take over. They can't break this mission. Yeah, I know, it's nuts. She keeps getting sniped. I mean, she's not going to make it to town, but yeah, kind of similar thing in terms of it. Like with this game, anytime you try to stream it, there's always certain fights that just right at the very end, they tend to drag so hard. So I was saying, like, a few little kind of modal changes, as it were, would be an interesting way to handle this one. like even something similar to like let's say how like the recent XCOM did it, like Chimera Squad there. Oh, and that guy's gonna go take the neutral town. What a douche. Like where just after a certain point the fights are like, okay, the fight's already done, just wrap it up already. Kind of feels like there should be something a bit like that. Like, I think they call it chaos mode or something. Like once it's very clear that one side's gonna win, it just kind of becomes a free for all instead of taking turns. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I can't really think of any good way to describe that. But just some way to speed up the very end would probably help a lot with keeping this format going in the future. Alright, so for once we're going to willingly go take the neutral, because they're about to go take it for themselves. They're going to go take out the archer. These guys are going to slowly trudge along and finish all this. Like, I think it should be like after you've captured maybe 80% of the strongholds or some certain amount of the strongholds, it's just like, okay, you know, you just automatically split the remaining experience with everybody else. Like, all of the leaderless units running around just instantly die, you get their loot. And then you just split the experience between everybody on the map. Then you can just immediately hop into your end fight. Would really help a lot in terms of game flow. Maybe that's why I generally find myself playing March of the Black Queen more. Like, obviously TO the most, but it's just in that one, usually when units are decapitated, they just immediately run to the nearest town and regenerate as a whole new squad, kind of giving you that whole thing where you gotta go for the immediate win or nothing at all. Like, you're either scaring them off or you're getting the kill. There's no middle ground. Because as much as I like the whole decapitated units running around in a panic thing, don't forget that your trainer unit died and went back to base. Yeah, I'm getting to that in just a sec, because I want to bring the witch unit back. That's why she's fighting the archers near the capital. So I'm just gonna have her go back, trade out one unit with the trainer squad, and then send them out again. Yes, I'm sending him in tired. You need to finish going this way. And then they go back to the witch camp, which is over there. Yeah, I got smacked in the face, still didn't wake up. Just like Jack was talking about earlier. But seriously, these guys need to go back now before Lee ends up getting zombified. Actually, that's what ended up locking me out of getting these Nobians my first time through the game. Because I turned Saradin into a fairy. Oh, you dick! No, bird, go away. Alright. You go ahead and retreat. Where's your retreat option? There we go. Okay. Probably could have just done this all using only the add character command. I want to give these guys a gremlin. Give these guys a wizard. Refill their soldiers. And send them right back out there. Not awkward at all controls. Maybe that's what makes it so awkward to commentate this one. Is you're constantly trying to remember what buttons do what. Alright, and then Bonaparte goes over here. Come on now, let's be done with this fight already. See, like right there, I'm absolutely certain that they take a massive loss to everything. They're doing no damage. Before they were hitting these guys for like 12s and 20s. And if I recall correctly, they weren't even led by a warlock, so that shouldn't be it. And they're about to be stuck in a permanent fight. This guy needs to make sure he's going over here. Because interestingly enough, that command got interrupted. All that money we saved up getting up to here. This is, of course, when you find out that probably they had some sort of mechanic in there where your trainer ends up losing all of their training points or whatever else they actually count it with as soon as they die. Just like all the soldiers have their invisible experience counter, then all of a sudden, like, oh, your squad leader suddenly got changed out of being... That actually legit might be the case, because they got changed out of being the squad leader to be revived. Oh, you gotta be kidding me if that's the case. That better not be the case. Don't suppose anybody knows, do they? Okay.
Daddy?
Hang on one moment, let me get the squirrel game set up. Okay, got dinner cooking. Let's wrap this dang thing up already. Now, I remember when looking at the Discord for the Hammerfell mod, so that's the overhaul mod for this game. There were a lot of cases where it seemed like they were implementing more hard counters to stuff, and I feel like that would probably help a whole lot in terms of kind of wrapping up fights faster. I haven't played anywhere past the mid-game with that mod just yet, so I'm assuming probably that, like, I would have assumed they would have handled stuff like that pretty quickly, because it seemed like in general the fights went quicker on it. So we'll have to take a look at that at some point. And we'll get Arnold up here, have him go take a nap, because realistically he's going to be the one winning that fight. We'll have these guys go deal with this. Oh, this is taking so freaking long.
It's not broken.
No, it's not broken? Well, that's good.
What's it? It's just
Alright, let's get the trainer back. Okay, he had to finish his walking animation first in order to be able to do this.
It's done. Acorns.
Okay, now they're back. Now change the formation, have her... I guess she's fine where she is, we just have to change the leader back to her. Please, bird, don't do it. Yeah, I feel like birds must have gotten nerfed in the mod. Because they really are bulky to the point of just being annoying. I mean, it seems like everything about them is entirely designed for sniping the HQ.
My God.
Oh, that's just unfortunate.
Let's build this. Let's build
I'm not entirely sure how this formation happened. Have they really just been sitting like this? Huh. Probably should have had them retreat out of that fight. Because now they're just going to have an easier time capturing one of the cities. Oh, right. They're getting stuck on the river for some reason. What? I guess even Hawkmen can't retreat past rivers. Huh. And I guess now can't retreat anywhere, period. Thinking about it, though, you know what? Maybe the entire, like, B team for the Ogre series just kind of had a thing for really strong bird units. Because thinking about it now, they were really, really good in Night of Lotus as well. But they were just kind of average everywhere else. Because, I mean, especially, like, the hammer units, all the hammer birds everywhere were just absolutely nightmarish for a lot of KOL. It's adorable. The kiddo's got this thing called a sneaky snacky squirrel game. They absolutely love. It's like you're supposed to spin a thing and it lands on a color, and then you're supposed to take an acorn and put it in a little tree stump. It's just adorable because they keep forgetting how it actually plays, but they're still having a good time. So instead, they're just like making little boxes full of acorns. It's cute. Jeez. Like, I know the guide technically said to go back and finish off each and every single unit on the map, but I think we'll call it close enough for this one because I really, really want to get going on this, and I can't really just leave it. So, let's wrap up. I mean, we might get there on accident. Because this guy's stuck in the river, so he's probably just going to bounce back and forth repeatedly. Slash. Is that enough for them to retreat? Alright, that one's gonna say it's not for them to retreat because they're about to lose somebody.
Just wait for it. It's not done yet. Yes. Get that down.
Okay. That's hilarious.
Oh no, what?
That's twice now that they just fell straight into an item discovery.
It's not done. Okay.
It's not done? What else do you need with it?
I quit. I'll take if I want. Yeah. Wait. Cooked. I'll cook. Yeah. Yay! Huh? Yay!
Alright, let's see if she actually gets any promotions. Hi there, Mr. Vale. Yeah, it was supposed to be over a little bit ago, and I got the kids' dinner going right now. It was a weird day. Nah, I wouldn't put them through that. But yeah, no, they're over here playing their squirrel game. So if they win 20 times, they get to be a boy or girl fighter. Oh, so okay, so it is 20, not okay. Wait, is it 20? I don't know. We were kind of coming to the conclusion that that the Centurion is a complete hopeless cause, but we'll hopefully get there eventually. Maybe, kind of, sort of, if this map ever ends. No, to be fair, my daughter's been up for a while, and earlier she runs up and she looks at the screen. She's like, "Oh hey, I don't like it," and walks away. Like, okay, it's probably not necessarily what you're looking for. To be fair, she kind of says that about anything that's not a unicorn right now, but it's still gonna crack me up. Is that one of the muted moments? Yes, Mr. Man, what's up? You want what now? You need the purple? Well, yeah, there's a few purple in there. The colors they're talking about, by the way, the acorns that they got to put in little tree stumps for their squirrel game are color coded. Okay, there we go. Guide's orders fulfilled. There's one unit left to finish off on the map, and then we can end this dang thing. I can read the last paragraph. This one map should not have taken this long. Okay. Everybody goes here. Night Guy's probably running around collecting all his stops everywhere. As they're slowly chasing down this guy, and he takes stronghold after stronghold because his unit is total bullcrap. In fact... Oh, thank you for the thing there. I have a thing for the host. So they should be taking a nap right before they hit the town, so... Come on. They're like 99%. Come on, get tired right before town. Oh, no! The AI cheats. The AI just cheats. How goes the Battle of the Ogres in the 64? This particular one has gone on for ages now. and yeah, this one squad keeps going around just capturing stuff. Because the guides... so the guide's strategy for this one, and by the way, I wish they'd stop critting all the time. Hey, no jumping on the chair. Get down. Yeah, the guide's advice on this one was basically send absolutely everybody to the south. There's no resistance there. That's why you need everyone. And then leave the north completely undefended, and yeah. And then just sort of win with less units and whatever. So, that's a thing. See, despite knowing the top balloon shows a fortress, I will never not be able to see a cake. Yeah, it really does look like a cake, though. To be blunt. Alright, there we go. This guy will probably keep trying to take this... Oh, no, don't you even. Don't you even. We're not doing that nonsense. By the way, if you're wondering why they managed to win that fight, it's because they're super tired. So they chase after this guy. Now we have everyone march on over on this town, 10 billion miles away from here. Oh, by the way, Mr. Vale. So, quick question. How familiar are you with historical daggers? Like, just common designs that especially nobility like to carry around. I assume I know nothing about historical daggers? Okay. So there was a funny thing that I noticed earlier. So you see the picture of Mr. Freddy here? And specifically the dagger he's carrying around? You know what those were called historically? Because I never realized that he had one of those. So you've been a lot about Polynesian mythological bows. I know, we'll get to that like volcano squirrel or whatever that thing was at some point. Oh, hey, look, they got a promotion. Okay, so the Centurion dying doesn't ruin it. Hey, give him back his nuts. That sounds wrong. They're acorns. They're nuts. Anyway. Hey, let your brother have some. Now. Okay, so, basically, there was a very popular design. Kind of, Oh, just a moment. Let's see, it's funnier to watch soldiers get upgraded and hear children crying, and in so much as children crying is ever funny. Well, yeah, they're not really crying. She's just over here trying to take her brother's acorns from their squirrel game, because, you know, big sister's got to be mean to the little brother kind of situation. Alright, hopefully we got that resolved now. Hey, give him enough. Stop giving him 2 and walking away. Alright. Anyway, long story short, as far as that knife thing, look up Bollock daggers. And then look up a picture of Frederick. Because, yeah, dude's got himself a nut dagger. And by the way, so like I was mentioning earlier, yeah, it's not like conjecture or whatever else. It's not a thing. That is legitimately what they were designed to look like. Because because, you know, even back then, apparently all adults were teenagers. And yeah, it was especially popular as kind of like a... It was... Okay, think of it as like teabagging for the Middle Ages kind of thing. Because they're like, oh, you know, they won the fight, and they finished them off with a dagger that looks like, you know... So, yeah. It's, history's weirder than fiction, as per usual. Now, granted, some were way more overt than others. Alright. And yeah, normally, I don't like having the kiddos being audible or whatever else in the background, because all that, but just wrapping it up at this point. Just waiting for their dinner to be done. This guy looked like he was ready to come assassinate him. Yeah, there's one guy thinks he's going to do anything. And although he is literally accurate about that description. Alright, attack later. They should have absolutely no trouble beating this guy. Especially because almost all their attacks are going to go to the zombie. It's a cool thing about having a front zombie. Also, I'm thinking, like, forward right is probably the best spot to ever have a leader, because it almost seems like they prefer to attack the front left. See what's for dinner? They're having chicken nuggets and cheesy rice. I'm just waiting for the chicken nuggets to come out of the air fryer. It's my first time seeing anyone use a zombie unit. Did the guide suggest that? It's a strategy that falls apart as soon as everyone has blessed swords. Yeah, but that doesn't last very long. Alright. Mr. Troy, I need you to get all up in that mess. Mr. Wizard guy that can't seem to stop dying, you as well. And by the way, the zombie was a total accident. Like, it had some interesting advice earlier in terms of blocking off certain towns, but it also said to block off the wrong town. As in, I believe the guide writer mixed up, like, on the Debonair map, it mixed up the towns on the bottom left and the bottom right, so... Whoa! One sec. Yeah, he just fell out of the chair. Yeah, it was so really hurts. Are you sure? Because you look pretty smiley right now. But yeah, so far like aside from the general strategy of this map taking about, I don't know, an entire hour longer than it should to complete, because really it should only be blitzing the north, because they basically say at the start of the guide, hey, there's nothing going on in the south, you should go take all those towns very slowly. And yeah, we could have just rushed the capital and been done an hour ago. Can I come over for kids' dinner? Nah, we're low on chicken nuggets. Gotta bring your own nuggets. Which kind of makes it sound like a bad deal. What's up? The light isn't on. Why don't you turn the light on?
It was scary.
Why is it scary? You gotta just turn the light on.
No, Mommy's bedroom. It was off.
Oh, yeah, because Mommy's bedroom's set up to use the fan instead of the light right now. Let me go sort out this light situation. One sec. Alright, let's wrap up here. First of all, side note, like, how bad does Frederick hate this guy? A, he lets him die for him. B, he basically gives up as soon as this guy dies. C, the fact that he completely ignores him and just goes and talks to the guy instead. Like, please retreat. Just died so you can retreat. No, I'm gonna go talk to them instead. Bye. Poor Frood. Although, I don't know if there's... Okay, funnily enough, there's a Frood helm in, what's it? In PSP Remake. I think it was just called, like, the Holy Helmet or something before that. Doubt it's related, but whatever. Alright, so now we're at this point. Let's see what the guide says here. Alright, so after the battle, Raskin is captured. He asks you why you're saddened. You were just doing your job. You were troubled, wondering if you have done the right thing. Not really. Ghostless and Raid arrive then, plan to execute Raskin. He is defiant, even on the brink of death. Well, yeah. I mean, wouldn't you be if you had a hat that snazzy? Worse, Raid commands you to kill Raskin. When you refuse, he accuses you of being a traitor, like your father, who was accused unjustly. Ghostless calms you down. You have a choice to make now. You can choose to kill Raskin or not. If you refuse, Raid says you'll be demoted. Oh god, that drop in paycheck that we're totally getting. I mean, these guys don't even pay our frickin' paycheck. What are we here for? Do you have the courage to kill Frederick Raskin? I mean, you don't have the option, so... Alright, so, threatened, you tell them you will kill Raskin. Raid throws you his sword, which you use to cut Raskin free. Dio joins you... Wait, what? Dio joins you immediately, takes the sword, and guards your retreat as you flee, but... Wait, so which option do we suggest? Do we go for here, then? I get... Okay, so let's see. I think if you say no, based on the guides, it sounds like it. Also, I'm pretty sure Raid was involved in the coup last week. He sounds exactly like every guy that they arrested for that. Everybody's a piece of crap. Gotta kill everybody that's not us. Gotta do it for the freedom, which is gonna be accomplished by taking away everyone else's freedom. Alright. On a side note, how friggin' wild was that? Alright. Like, somehow every day something weirder happens.
That's why I get.
I mean, guide seems to say no, so the guide can't do it. Does Raid look like a Riv Shriver or as Sabretooth from the old X-Men movies? Hang on, I gotta compare that picture. Let's see. Dude, he totally does. That's oddly specific. If you told me he was actually modeled after that guy. Like, aside from the hair color, it's uncanny. Plonk. Thanks for stabbing my foot, you dick. On a side note, he ruined that sword. But... What's hilarious is he takes the sword, but he already has the same sword. It just always cracks me up. Also, I love the musical choice here because suddenly you get the revolutionary music. Just a neat little design moment. Two Amazons show up out of nowhere for reasons. Okay. Let's see, on your map, you lose the path to Akka Castle, but gain the ability to reach Gunther Piedmont. Head there now. When you arrive, you're greeted by Ruskin. He tells you to make a completely autonomous force, able to act on your own as you see fit. Or no, he makes you that, sorry. However, Ruskin has a job for you. You are to liberate the mine in Gunther, and then head down to Dardanelles. He can't tell you more, but says you'll understand when you arrive. Hugo tells you not to worry about the revolutionary army views you. Instead, concentrate on the mission. You'll headquarter in Takwa in the Midwest. Okay, so from there it just goes on to Gunther Piedmont. Let's see. Diomedes, Delita, and Vice in this 10,000-word essay will argue Yasumi Mitsuno definitely had a bigger brother growing up. Pick that up. Pick up your mess. And I'm assuming from that beeping the chicken's done, so it's time to eat. See that line about I can't make up for what I've already done? See, that, I have to say, does definitely land a lot more if you took the guide's advice earlier and blocked off the escape route during the evacuation. And just turned it from an evacuation into an execution. So, yeah, they're leaning pretty heavily into the Magnus is a complete dick thing, but oh well. Let's see, there is a non-zero chance that Yasumi Matsuno had a crush on his sister and also a best friend who, whatever Yasumi chose to do, his best friend would always do the opposite. I mean, haven't we all had that experience at some point? No, we haven't all had that experience at some point. But yeah. Anywho, so that's that. Again, this was supposed to have ended quite a while ago, so I gotta get on with a lot of cleaning and a lot of organizing and a lot of other stuff here. Funnily enough, the fights in this particular part took so dang long. I've gotten 3 different work assignments done, so that's multitasking for you. So you guys have yourselves a good one, and yeah. I will see you later. Mr. Vale, I hope you're feeling better. It sounds like your schedule's all over the dang place. And yeah, thank you guys for stopping by. We'll be... it's probably going to be next week for another one of something like this. More than likely we're doing like Felseal next or any of the other weird runs. And let's see, am I forgetting anything? Oh yeah, oh shoot. Okay, Mr. Javelin's going to be mad at me. This is the second week in a row that I've given him a next week on finally finishing that rocket run. God dang it. Well, anyway, so yeah, you can have fun with that. And you guys have the Discord links and other ways to mention stuff, so if you ever have a weird run you want to see done, do let me know. And just going to end it off on just pushing the add button, because again, allegedly that helps to do stuff. So supposedly it makes more people see all this stuff, because of course it would. Alright, you guys take care. See you later. Bye-bye.